virtual world.
Yep, this meeting is now being streamed live on Facebook.
Excellent. Oh my goodness gracious me. Good morning, everyone. This is weird. Okay, let's go into gallery. Happy International Women's Day, as I have some tech issues. So that's the beauty of us having some tech issues when we're doing a virtual event. And my next speaker is also having some trouble coming in. Okay. So just 1 second. We may have to swap speakers because we have Nikki here who is always ready to go. That's the beauty of Nikki Questa. I literally asked her like 5 minutes ago, hey, Nick, my girl's having some trouble getting in. Is there any way you can do the first talk? And she says yes. That's a true entrepreneur, a true professional, ready to roll. I also have Jeannie here, and I bet you she would have done it too. So I'm going to let Nikki Questa go first because we have some trouble, and we'll get Lori hopefully in later. So I'm going to work on letting Lori in, and I give you Nikki Questa. Nikki?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Happy International Women's Day. I hope you are excited about today and what actually has been going on in the back end, right? Tech issues, we're all good. Super excited to be here and empower women all over. My journey started just a little bit over 20 years ago when I just had the passion to empower and inspire women all over that crossed my path working in a 14-year career in corporate America. It has been absolutely amazing the amount of women that I have came across. And in this journey in corporate America, I did not feel like I was using my full potential at this job. I love what I did, who I worked with, and the skills that this company gave me, but there was still more for me to do. So what I did was in 2020, just, when the world was turning upside down for us and we were really sat down to sit back and think, what is the next step? What is our purpose? What gifts and talents do we have and can use to empower and really change the world in different ways? And I started asking that to myself for a long time and just never knew the answer until that moment where I knew that I had to create the path for myself. So after, again, 14 years, just, going through life and really working on self-development, I decided to find out what the vehicle was to actually get out of this corporate space and really build a legacy that I could leave behind in inspiring women, again, all over the world to really take a chance on them, find their identity, self-discover, like what am I ready to do? So notary was that for me. I told my boss I'm going to take a week off, see what this does for me. And boom, came back Monday morning, found out that I had made my first $1,600 in an 18-hour work week. And I still had those limiting beliefs that Monday morning. I said, you know what? I'm going to stick it out to the end of the year. I'm going to wait till I invest 15 years of my life at this company, working for someone else, and really, again, trying to go up the corporate ladder and still not hitting that mark. Excellent evaluations throughout the year, but nothing was happening. But I still was like unsecure about what was going to happen. What was my family going to think? Was I going to fail? Is this something that I really wanted to do? Do I stay with the norm or do I go outside the box? And I sat in my very chair right here, logged in that morning, and God told me, if not now, when? See, the world tells us, the universe tells us exactly what we need to know at the right time, but are we paying attention? Are we paying attention to those things that really move us and really give us the answers we've been looking for the whole time. No, sometimes we ignore them because we have that inner critic or the outside noise that tells us that we can't, or suppresses what our capabilities are, or tell us what we have to do, when we have to do it, and how we have to do it. And I didn't want that for my life anymore. As a woman, as a minority, as a Hispanic, as just someone who just wanted to give, this was my answer. So I turned in my resignation letter and never looked back. It's been 3 years, actually going on 4 years this October, and I don't regret any bit of it. Has it been smooth sailing? Absolutely not. And all this stemmed from actually writing my book at the age of 40. And let me tell you that when you are very specific on what you are trying to accomplish in life, and you wish for these things. When I was a little girl, I wished to write a book by the age of 40, and I got that opportunity because the signs aligned that person to give me that opportunity so that I can take that next step in what I was looking for. Had I not left my corporate job, I would not have had that opportunity to actually travel and be in a room like this virtually with someone, to then be at a live event, to then see what my world could look like. And again, when you start taking those steps and those opportunities, and you just pay attention and you get that plan together and you start manifesting those things, they actually happen. But it only happens with action. And I want to empower women today to really understand that you have it in you. It is all about digging deep inside to really bring that out. And how do you do that? I want to give you a couple of steps of how I was able to actually turn that opportunity in 1 year to level up where I'm at today. And it started with, again, someone just asking me what my story was. And I felt like I didn't have a story. I felt like my story didn't matter. Like, what can I offer someone? But because someone asked me and got me to say it out loud, it was what actually made the difference. When we take that opportunity and we start letting it sink in, the clarity starts to be revealed to us. And that's what happened to me. So in 2022 of March, I turned 40. In April of 2022, I met my publisher, who again asked me what my story was. And then in May of 2022, I was at my first speaking competition. And though I was nervous, though I didn't know why, because the only thing I wanted to do was speak on stages. So I did know why, but I didn't know how was I going to deliver. Again, those limiting beliefs seep in, and you start questioning yourself. Why am I really here? So for a quick second, I asked myself, what do I have to offer? Like, there is, I only worked in corporate America. I have a couple degrees, nothing worth celebrating for. And what I realized is, no, I do have something to say. So I love that this summit, this conference, and we're celebrating women, and it's called She Speaks, is because I finally spoke. I finally spoke my truth. And when I entered that first competition, I talked about validation. Why do we continue to allow the outside noise to validate our next steps, our next move, what we really want to do, what we really want to encounter? How do we want to leave this world with what legacy? What do we want people to say about us when we're long gone? And that's when my journey started, when I decided to give myself permission and speak up and share exactly what I wanted to do. And let me tell you, that was the best decision I ever made in my life. And since then, that was May 2022. Now, June 2022, I get into this manifestation hour with these amazing women who tell me I need a podcast. I actually co-hosted with my publisher for the month of June. And those guests gave me some great feedback. And I took those and I said, okay, well, what can I do with this? How can I use my voice? So I created Building a Leadership Mindset podcast right on the spot with no script, just because someone said that you have the goods to do it. I decided to take action. Again, with consistency, I decided to go on that journey of discovering what my voice was, what I wanted to say, how I wanted to share it. Moving forward, July, I actually launched it. August, we were starting to get interviews with amazing women and men in our communities that were just doing amazing things and sharing their struggle through entrepreneurship or to entrepreneurship. And again, this was a world that was totally new to me. I never knew what networking was. I was just hoping that I wished I had it 20 years ago. So in that time, I'm also researching, writing my book, and I come across this article from the Fortune 500 stating that only 8.8% of women sit in a CEO position. It's 42 women out of 500. That blew my mind. That sparked something and ignited something in me that I said, what can I do? I asked myself, what can I do? How can I do it? Who can I do it with to change this narrative of women empowerment, women sitting in these positions and really shining? Because I knew thousands of women in my communities, in my workspaces, everywhere that are just doing amazing things, but we're not dominating this space. So what do I go and do? I'm all about problem solving. So the next thing you have to do is find the solution. Identify what's the problem and find the solution. So my solution was to create a community of women, a sisterhood to empower each other, and to really get those that wanted to be in that space and shine and have that visibility and speak their voice. So I did. October of 2022, I did my first info Zoom on Ladies of Leadership, introducing it to women, saying that we were going to go live in November of 2022. I'm happy to say that we did go live November 4th of 2022 with 21 women locked in to this mission, to this dedication, to be together, to do life together, to empower each other, to create opportunities, to illuminate that there are limitless possibilities if you come together and you make that decision to want that for yourself. And we did. We were able to celebrate last year our 1-year anniversary, and we actually closed out 2023 with 50 members, which was our goal. And I'm super excited to announce that we're still growing. 55 women strong, empowering each other each and every day, nurturing those relationships, collaborating, creating businesses, creating ideas, and speaking up. And that's what it's about. It's about coming together in unity to really support each other and change this narrative about the fact that women can be competitive, women can be catty. No, we can also be loving and nurturing, and we're showing you. And I am just so proud that Marianne is part of Ladies of Leadership and I'm part of Empowered Her. I just love this community, and I love all the other communities that I'm a part of, and I will support women empowerment every day of my life because that's what it's about. So many opportunities to get in a space to really take the time to discover what you can do and how you can change this world. And I just celebrate women all over who are taking that step, who are really walking into their purpose on purpose and continuing to model that we can do this together, and we will do this together. So on this day, I celebrate each and every one of you. And the last thing that I'll leave you with is results only come with action. If it burns you inside to really want to do something in your life, to really want to take your purpose to the next level, then take action. Connect with anyone that you're going to speak with today. Share that with someone. Share this with someone. You're going to hear many stories this morning that's going to move you and inspire you. And again, if you have that desire to really make that shift, take the plunge. You're worth it. You're amazing. You're powerful. You have it all in you. Thank you. My name is Nikki Questa, and I am the owner of Bond Global and Ladies of Leadership. Thank you, Marianne. This has been amazing.
Thank you so much, Nikki. Oh my goodness. Nikki is one of the most empowering women I know. Women who empower other women are powerful. That's where our power comes from. That's how we're going to stay powerful and become even more powerful and spread that power. And so when we lift each other up, that's when we're at our best. And Nikki is amazing at that. And thank you. Just goes to show you a professional who saved my butt now, basically, by going first. Thank you again so much. And Lori made it. With some technical issues, we are here. Lori, would you come join us? Thank you so much. And with that, I give you Lori Mcneel.
Nikki, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate you going first at the last minute. So yes, I am live from Las Vegas and definitely having some technical difficulties this morning, but thank you so much for your patience, everyone. Thank you, Marianne. I'm so great to be here on International Women's Day, celebrating with all of you guys. I'm Lori Mcneel. I'm an international business strategist that specializes in media, branding, and marketing. And I live this amazing life every single day. I'm literally in Las Vegas right now with the launch of my world tour. So juggling quite a few things this week with working with some amazing entrepreneurs that also include some amazing rock star women that are a part of what I'm doing in Las Vegas this week. So blessed to be here and blessed to be on this amazing event. I'm in Pacific time zone, so literally kicking off the day of celebrating Women's Today. So I thought in the spirit of celebrating women and the focus of today and the focus of this conference that I would kind of back up and tell you guys a little story that I don't tell often that has to do with so Nikki was talking about, just women finding her voice and women finding their voice. So I thought I'd tell you a little bit of a different story about how I really became empowered at a very young age. So I grew up in a family where it was all about kind of pushing me to do certain things, for my good. And I'm very grateful for that. But I found myself in a very interesting situation in my life when my parents got divorced. And I was about 11 years old, and it was very, very, very difficult time. And I didn't necessarily fall into depression, but I guess if I did, that I may have been in that space, because it was just super just negative energy, and I didn't know what was going on, and a lot of transitions and things like that. And I actually found a school counselor that did not have a conversation with me, but she nominated me for a special program. And unbeknownst to me, I actually received some information in the mail that said that I was invited to apply for a special scholarship program. And after the confusion kind of settled in and I got some answers to some questions that I had, I found out that it was through a nomination program. It wasn't just a random thing. You have some information that I received in the mail. And I quickly became engulfed in this process that led me down the road of pageantry. And it was a very, very life-saving opportunity for me, because I learned so much about myself. I learned so much about who I was created to be, the fact that I did have a voice. I found my voice through empowering other people and members of my community, and all of the different things that at 11, 12, and 13 years old that I was learning about pageantry and that pageantry actually offered me. So that actually started down a journey that I did not know was going to be so life-changing for me at such a pivotal point in my life when I felt like everything was falling apart. And I didn't think I had a voice. I didn't think I had in that particular situation. I felt like I was just kind of bouncing around and trying to survive different things that were happening to me and happening in my life. And pageantry gave me that outlet that I really needed to focus on something positive and really learn more about who I was and about what I wanted. And so when I say that pageantry saved my life, it really, really brought me out of this really dark space. And I'm very, very grateful for that, because that was an opportunity in my life that I could have not taken advantage of. And maybe somebody maybe they wouldn't have seen something in me and nominated me for this special opportunity that then led to me competing in all different things and take me down the path that I did. So when we think about the women's empowerment, I think it's very, very important that we recognize the power and the gifts and the greatness in other people. I think that that's really important, because had that female counselor not seen certain things in me that I was not able to see in myself at the time because of the place that I was in, then my life could be very, very different today, and would have definitely been very different throughout my entire teenage years. So as we think about finding our voice, I want you to think about how you actually play that pivotal voice and planting those seeds in the hearts, souls, and minds of other women, and what that looks like, and to recognize and be very aware of what's going on around you and how you actually can empower other young leaders, other leaders in your space, other people around you. Maybe they have that confidence, and maybe they don't, and maybe you see things in themselves that they don't yet see in themselves. Think about it kind of from that perspective, because I know that in my life, had that other woman leader not done that, it would have been a very, very different story. It was through finding my voice and that empowering experience that I was able to step into a greater version of myself that set me on that very, very different path. So I learned a lot about stages. I learned a lot about myself. I learned a lot about how I wanted to show up in the world. And I think that when you have those experiences, then you actually are able to step into a totally different, greater version of yourself that allows you to empower other people. So I get to wake up and do what I do every single day. And I'm grateful for that experience that happened in my early young preteen years, because I then found myself in my first media experience. So it empowered me so much that I was able to take out my first bank loan for $3,500 to buy hot dog equipment, that then pivoted me into this completely different entrepreneurial world and understanding the foundations of business and going to the customer and pricing and product and everything that comes from that then catapulted me into a completely different career at a very young age. So these connections that happened all early on were incredibly pivotal, that got me to the point right now where I am an international speaker, international business and media strategist. And so it's just interesting to think about where I would have ended up, because what I'm doing now, I am created to do exactly what I am doing, because only I can do it in a way that I was created to do, just like all of you. We all have internal tools in our toolbox that are unique to us. No one can be you. I always teach my clients that your internal tools in your toolbox make you uniquely qualified to do only the things that you can do to solve external problems. That's why there's no such thing as competition. That's why there's no such thing as someone ripping off your material, really, because no one can be you. No one can make those connections with clients the way that you do. No one can implement certain things the way that you do. There really is no such thing as competition. And when you have that mindset and that understanding around who you are, who you serve, and the problem that you solve in that unique way that only you can, that in itself is empowering. When you do that deeper dive and you understand that, that in itself is incredibly empowering and is a major, major pivotal mindset shift that allows you to serve people at the highest level. So I want you guys to really think about who you are, who you serve, and the problem that you solve, and how you are uniquely qualified to serve in the way that only you can. And then how you can recognize those greatness and those amazing golden nuggets in other women, and how you can then support other women in so many different ways. Maybe there's a woman out there that's struggling with identifying who they are and really understanding the full greatness of who they are. And I want you guys to really, on this International Women's Day, I want you guys to really be thinking about how you can serve other women throughout this next year and help them along in their journey. And like Nikki was saying, really come together and support each other, and what that looks like. So in diving into my first live radio remote with my first hot dog stand business when I was 11 years old, I began to then understand the world of media and how it works. When media at that time, newspapers were a really big thing and live radio remotes were a really big thing. And so I learned the world of media in a very different way and began to understand how building relationships were basically the pivotal part of building my overall business, because people would come from all over to be a part of a young entrepreneurial's journey that was caught up in a very political situation at a very young age. I didn't understand all of the different permits and different licenses and all that different stuff. At 11 and 12 years old, I was trying to figure that out. And so I found myself operating illegally in different locations and didn't even know it. And I'm going to try to pivot my, I have a really bright light coming in right from the side. Let me see if I can adjust myself here. So I found myself in this situation that really allowed me to understand how media worked, and really allowed me to then do things a little bit more intentionally with building those relationships with media. And that started my whole business entrepreneurial journey, my whole media journey, and really understanding, not that I went to school to be a journalist, that wasn't it. I get asked that question a lot, but I just really learned how to build relationships with media and the whole world of media from a very, very young age. And I am so grateful for these experiences early on, because they really have continued to serve as foundational aspects of who I am in my life and in my business, in order to continue get to that next level and that next level. So don't dismiss the early experiences that you've had when you were younger. One of the other things I used to do is, my parents traveled around a lot, and my dad would hand me all of the old checks from the old addresses. And when I didn't play with dolls, but one of the things I did was play banker. And so I'd pretend to write out all these checks and play banker and play, all these games about buying and selling businesses. And so that's all these different things that I had when I was younger served as very pivotal aspects of and telling the future basically of what I would be doing. But of course I didn't know that. So don't dismiss all of those different things. And when you see, little girls that are trying to navigate the world and figure out who they are and figure out, who they're going to be and find their voice, be that mentor in their life that recognizes the greatness and again, provides the opportunities for them and supports them and mentors them, because we all have different things going on at home. And sometimes there's those little girls that really need that extra support. And you may be the only light of positivity and hope that they see. And so never dismiss the power of planting those seeds, because they literally could change a person's life. So one of the things that I do now throughout my entire journey is not only three bachelors, 3 masters, and 2 PhDs and 25 certifications, but I mentor other women and I mentor other entrepreneurs and find the greatness in them and find those missing tools that they need to actually serve the world at the highest level that they were meant to serve, in building all kinds of businesses in the way that they were created to. And I love doing what I do in teaching the trifecta of media, branding, and marketing as foundational tools for building business. A lot of people don't understand that marketing gets people coming in the door, the branding keeps them coming back. So when you understand the difference between all of those and you understand your voice and you stay focused on your messaging points, the world needs you. The world is waiting for you to show up. And when you use, ladies, when you use media, branding, and marketing as a strong foundation for who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve, and how you can reach people stronger and how you can reach people faster, your business and your impact will grow exponentially. So if you want to understand how to reach more people, when you stay focused on your 3 to 5 main messaging points and you maintain that continuity in everything that you do across social media, across your marketing collateral, across all of your branding, you will stand out and you will be noticed in everything that you do. And gosh, I'm so sorry. This light is like really, really bad. So I want you guys to really understand that when you understand the differences between media, branding, and marketing, and you understand those 3 to 5 main messaging points, you will catapult yourself above the perceived competition, let's say, because there's so many aspects to that people are not doing. There's so many things that they're not understanding. We live in a fast-paced world where everybody's trying to fast track everything. And so when you do that deeper dive and you understand the nuances of what it is that I'm talking about in media, branding, and marketing, and you do that deeper dive and you understand the branding essence behind all of that is going to attract your ideal client and customer, you will actually get to where you want to go faster, because so many people are trying to sweep things under the rug and not do the hard thing, not do the hard work. And so what they're doing is building that house of cards because they're not really understanding that. Or if they are successful in business, the question that I always like to ask is, how much more successful could you be? How much more successful could you be if you understand your messaging points, if you understand your voice, and if you really do that deeper dive into that, and you do the hard thing that's going to allow you to get to that next level, that's going to allow you that greater impact. So I want you guys to really think about where you are right now and the areas that you could improve upon. Are you being consistent in your social media? Are you being consistent with your newsletters? Are you being consistent with whatever your branding, colors might be, and your typography and all those different things? In the space that we live in, 84.7% of all consumers in our space buy based on color. So that means you have to understand the color psychology. You have to understand the emotion behind who you are in your branding essence so that you can attract your ideal client and customer that you want to work with, not just go for, the sale and that scarcity mindset. So when you understand that 84.7% of everybody in this space buys based on color, then that means that the color matters. That means you don't want to just do things that are in your favorite color. You just don't want to do things because you think that they look good. You want to make sure that you reach your ideal client and customer based on that emotion that those colors represent. Very, very important that you do that work, that you do that deeper dive work to understand that and understand the psychology and the differences between men and women when it comes to design, when it comes to typography, when it comes to all of the placements. And that's why when I'm designing graphics for people and when I'm designing speaker sheets for people, I use what I call my Z pattern method, which is upper left and a Z pattern to bottom right, using 4 main components that are pivotal for people to understand who you are so that they can understand who you are, hear you, feel you, understand you in all of your branding and all of your messaging points, even if they've never had a conversation with you. So all of these things are super important when we talk about on International Women's Day, how to be strong women, how to get out there, how to understand our voice in everything that we do so that the world knows who we are. So if you want to understand more about how to really have that strong presence in the industry, really whatever your industry is, and to really understand that the pivotal things that you need to have that strong presence, then you have to do that deeper dive and understand these components of how to build that branding essence so that you can be out there in a super, super strong way. So these are things that people think, well, I don't have the extra money. I don't have the extra time. You can't afford not to. And that's the part that I want you guys to really understand, is that so many of you are so busy on the rat wheel, on the hamster wheel, trying to understand how to get to the next level and how to get to the next thing and how to build and how to scale. And I know this because I talk to people every single day. So many of you are not understanding that if you actually back up, you'll get to where you want to go faster. Think about it in terms of the tortoise and the hare. If you actually just methodically continue to put one step in front of the other and stay focused on what you're doing, you will get to where you want to go, because ladies, that's where you were meant to go. That's where you were meant to be. If you stay focused in that, if you stay focused in your purpose, you absolutely will get there. Don't get distracted by shiny objects and all kinds of, perceived value and opportunities and things that are distracting you. So don't get distracted by things that are not focused on your true mission, your true goals, and in your 3 to 5 main messaging points every single day. When you stay focused on your 3 to 5, then your messaging becomes more clear. A confused mind never buys. So when people don't know who you are, who you serve, and the problem that you solve through everything that you put out there consistently, whether you've had a conversation with them or not, they might like you, but they're not going to trust you yet because your messaging is not clear, and it might not be consistent in that because you have too many things going on. So I want you to pay attention to how you're showing up in the world and what areas need improvement so that you can actually show up stronger. So if a confused mind never buys and you stay focused on your 3 to 5 main messaging points, then you understand exactly the blueprint that you need to have that stronger presence in the world. So it's not, if you don't have a point, post on purpose. If you don't have a point to the post, then don't post that photo of what you ate for breakfast. For instance, there can always be a lesson behind it. There can always be a point behind it. You can always turn everything around to be about your main messaging points, your main branding points. Don't necessarily make posts about random things just because you think, oh, I have to make a post, I have to make a post. Well, that post is actually confusing and not necessarily clear on a main point. You're actually doing more damage to your brand than you think you are by making that just random post that doesn't have any value. So even if you go on a walk, let's just say, and you take a break, then your messaging point might be about balance and about taking care of yourself, or about being present in the moment, or about the awareness of what's going on around you. There's all kinds of ways that you can include a valuable messaging point in what it is that you're posting. Don't just make random posts. You want to be intentional with making your posts on purpose. And I mention these things that may sound so simple, but it's because people aren't doing them. That's why I'm messaging them. That's why when I wrote my book a few years ago, Media Secrets Revealed, I wrote it in a way that was intentionally designed to be very simple to follow, not only so that you can implement the steps right away, but I did it because so many people aren't doing the simple things that are in the book that are making all the difference in the world. So I not only take you through that 5-step process on how to get booked in media, get rebooked in media, get on more stages, all those different things that women all over the world are trying to figure out how to do. But I take people in understanding that if you actually implement some of the simple foundational things, that the simplicity, the magic sometimes is in the simplicity in doing that, and to not overcomplicate that, because so many people are not doing the simple things. Let me give you an example. I have a lot of friends and colleagues in media. Obviously, 90% of all pitches are thrown out within seconds because they don't do one thing and one thing only, and that's lead with value. A lot of people are so busy pitching themselves and trying to get people, you're trying to sell themselves on me, pick me. These are my credentials. These are who I've been on stages with. This is what I do. This is why I'm so amazing. This is why I'm so great. And when you have that mindset of me, even if it's from a subconscious level, you might not even be realizing how you're coming across to people, then there's no value in it for them that you've actually communicated. You think that you're providing the value through trying to get them to understand more of who you are and the value in you. But when you come across it from that perspective, they're automatically going to end up throwing you out because so many people are doing that. So if you already know that, then you want to strive to be in that top 10%. And the way that you do that is by coming at it from a value added perspective of answering the question, what's in it for them, right? Because they're going to be on the other side saying, what's in it for me? If you can answer that question for them faster than they can actually ask it, then you've already added the value and put yourself in that 10%. So you always want to be writing your pitches, and whether it's an email or the conversation you're having somebody, whatever it is, whenever you're pitching someone, you always want to listen more than you talk. And you always want to come at it from a place of value first and not trying to tell everybody in a few seconds or a few minutes all the amazing things about you. And so there's the 4 components that I teach on how to do that, how to add value first, and how to use a little bit of NLP in order to assist you in getting to where you want to go, and helping them understand why they should choose you without you actually saying that they should choose you. So these are all very simple things that you can do that position yourself in a place of expertise and authority that will allow people to see your greatness in a stronger way so that you can show up in the world in the way that you were meant to. You guys, I want to open it up actually for just a few questions, because there's so many aspects up to this that I want to allow time to offer as much value to you as I possibly can. And so, Marianne, if it's all right with you, I'd like to just open it up for a couple of minutes for some questions. I don't know if we have some questions online or if we have some questions from our audience that's live right now. But I love doing what I do. And although there's so many layers to this that people don't understand because you don't know what you don't know, it is your responsibility to do that deeper dive, to ask those questions so that you can take action on the things that you maybe are not even aware of, with what you can do stronger moving forward throughout this next year, because you were created to do only what you can do. So on International Women's Day, I want to empower you. I want to inspire you to know that you not only have a voice, like Nikki was saying, but to really, really dig deeper and find the deeper layers of who you are and who your voice, because I'm here to tell you the world is waiting for you to show up. And I love helping entrepreneurs and women just like you get from wherever you are to where you want to be, and more importantly, where you were created to be. Marianne, thank you so much for having me on. I want to open it up for just a couple of minutes if there are any questions, any way I can help.
I'm just going on to Facebook to see if there's any questions. So give me a minute. And if anyone has any questions here, go right ahead.
Quiet audience. Quiet audience. I'm in Pacific time. I know we have people from all over. I don't know what time zones people are in. I know we have Eastern time on here. Do all of you have a social media strategy plan? I'm curious, because I have these conversations with people regularly where they say, well, I post every day, or I have someone, that does that for me. And for those, I want you guys to think about this in a different way. When you're talking about empowering and being empowered and staying in your power in that way, I absolutely believe that you surround yourself with amazing people that help you build, that help you scale, that help you maintain that. But it is still important for you to understand how to drive your own vehicle. So even when you hire other people, other VAs maybe to do your social media, it's still important that you understand how to hire the right people, how to understand the questions that you ask along the way, and not just blindly trust the quote unquote expert. Because I talk to so many people, whether it's with their finances, whether it's their social media, building a website, you name it, they don't understand enough about how certain aspects work to even engage in that conversation or know when something is a little bit off track. And then they come to me and they say, well, I just hired the expert. They were just supposed to know. And so I think it's important that even though you have these people, that you still understand enough about what's going on in your own company and scaling where you want to go to where you can engage in your own process fully. Because if you don't understand where you're going, you can't be too upset about where you end up. So when you hire these people, it's very important that, yes, you trust them because you're trusting them with information and skill and knowledge that you don't have, but you still need to have that basic understanding about what's going on so that you're not blindsided when things happen, so that you can be engaged in that process along the way. So when it comes to social media, when it comes to the tech, when it comes to all these different things, it's still important that you have that basic level of understanding of what's going on. And it sounds simple, it sounds common sense, but I'm here to tell you I have conversations every single day where people get taken advantage of or their business gets way off track and it could have been avoided. So I just wanted to offer that for those of you who might be really thinking about what your business needs throughout the rest of this year. There are always areas to improve upon, right? There's always things that we can do better, systems we can put in place, all of that. So I want you guys to think that think about your position as a leader so that you're maintaining that in part of your business and how you can be actively engaged in the process and not just blindly hire people. And I think, Marianne, did we have let me back up. Did we
I
have
think we're okay, Lori.
chat?
Yeah. We're okay. We're okay. There's no questions, honey. So we're
Okay, perfect. And so Julie says that she has started a plan with her team. That is awesome, Julie. I'm so happy for you. Make sure that that's not a plan that you implement from the beginning and then it slowly, you get busy, right? And then you don't necessarily stay focused on the fundamentals and you stay focused on that plan. Make sure that that's an engaged process that you are in continually in that. Because a lot of people get really excited in the beginning when they start new things, and then the momentum and the focus kind of dies off. So I just want to encourage you from the very beginning that when you're working with your team on things, that you have that accountability and you have that process in place that allows you to stay completely motivated and engaged the whole way through. And time blocking. Yeah, time blocking is another really great way. There's different things that work for different people. For some people, time blocking is great. For other people, you know, it might just look a little bit different when you're coming to establishing those processes, when you're coming to establish those habits and those routines, because as entrepreneurs, we juggle a lot of different things. And so the integrity is a big part of that. And the accountability is a big part of that as well. And so if you haven't tried time blocking, definitely try that. And if you have and it hasn't worked for you, maybe there's an aspect of it that needs to be tweaked. A lot of people try things and then they throw out the whole idea rather than looking at how it can actually be changed just a little bit to work better. Those are all great things, you guys. Yes, and definitely if you're interested in my book, you can find it on Amazon, and I'll take you through the entire 5-step process.
Do you want to give us some contact info, Lori, where they can connect with you?
Yes, so that it doesn't look like I'm this stranger in this weird dark lighting right
I
now.
love this. I think this worked out great. Look at what a great look this is. It's a little different. So what? We go with the flow, right?
It's very different. Usually I'm like in bright colors. Yes, so my contact information, my website is www.lorimcneel.com. And actually, if you go to my website, you can download my free guide that takes you through a checklist of business essentials. And I guarantee there's one, if not all things on that list that entrepreneurs can use as a guide, as a checklist to identify areas of their life and business that can be improved. And in that guide, I actually share with you the mistakes that people are making and how to fix them. So it's not just a basic checklist. It's a basic checklist that's easy to understand and follow, but I actually add some additional context to each step in there to where you can understand what you need to do right now today to make those changes and pivots. So I want to encourage you to go to lorimcneel.com and actually download that guide.
Lori, thank you again so much. I love this look, this in the light, half light, half. I think it's great. You know what? When in Vegas, just don't even expect anything because who knows what's going to happen, right?
Just go with it. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever shown up on screen quite like this before.
I love it. I think it's amazing. Anyways, as usual, full of amazing value and awesome, valuable information, such valuable information for all of us, in particular today for all women. So thank you again, Lori, and thank you for making the time because I know you're busy with your own event. And she still made time for us. And with all the tech issues, we still got her here. Aren't we lucky? Thank you so much, Lori. And actually, if you and everyone, I'm going to get Nikki to do it as well. And all the speakers, please put your contact info into the chat on my Facebook page. And then that way people can copy it there as well. And with that, I will bring you on our next beautiful speaker. And I believe she is in Cape Verde at the moment, in Africa. Yeah. And she just nodded. So with that, I give you Neusa Katoja.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lori and Nikki. It was amazing hearing you both. Thank you so much, Marianne, for inviting me. I know I've got 15 minutes. So I'm going to try and stick to the plan. And I just want to say Happy International Women's Day to everyone here. Feliz Dia da Mulher in Portuguese. And I'm going to share a few quotes from my book and a beautiful poem and share a little bit about what I do. So my book is called Soul of Woman, A Journey to Self-Love. In Portuguese, A Alma da Mulher, A Jornada do Amor Próprio. So one of my favorite quotes from this book is, a woman in harmony with her spirit is like a river flowing. She goes where she will with no pretense and arrives at her destination, prepared to be herself and only herself, by the wonderful Maya Angelou. The next quote I have is actually my own quote. I am a superwoman. The S on my chest signifies strength. The V that you visibly see is protecting my vulnerability. I shed a tear, not because I've lost, but because I gained the power and freedom to be me. To embrace your flaws is a skill. To love yourself is the magic pill. When I stepped into my own self-love, everything I desired was already mine. I simply needed to allow myself to receive. So my name is Neusa Katoja. I'm an international speaker, author, and poet known as the Queen of Self-Love. And I empower professional women or women in general who want to use the power of their voice in terms of storytelling to make a greater impact in the world. I'm also the founder of Free to Embrace Me and co-founder of Powerhouse Elevation. I'll leave all of my details. So I'm going to share with you a beautiful poem that's dedicated to all women, and it's called Confidently Lost. I'm alone, but I'm not lonely. Lost in the depths of reflection, walking in a path of progression, allowing stillness to ground me. Surrendering to love, flying high like an eagle, not wanting to be caught. I'm just floating like a butterfly with no intention or direction to land in anyone's lap. I'm no longer expecting a roadmap to any relationship that pulls me away from my focus or brings me back to the pain that had once left me broken. I'm a whole woman who picked up every piece shattered across words, expectations, conditions, neediness, trauma, rejection that was never mine to begin with. I was just a vessel, a pathway to love, hence why I had to say goodbye to anyone who's ever lost me, anyone who failed to see the goddess in me, because for every moment that left me crying, wondering why love was so painful, confusing other fears to believing that love meant oppression and that the only solution was to be muted. I had to say no to them and yes to me because indulging in self-love became my hidden prophecy, the pathway to what a real relationship should be. Waking up to myself became my morning addiction. Speaking up to my creator with gratitude for my loneliness and my self-discovery became my mission. Am I missing external love? No, because the love that I feel for myself daily means I attract what is meant to be, like synchronicity. I am a manifesto of beautiful things. I attract who I am because I am a reflection of what true love really means. Toxicity has no place in my space because I've given up searching externally. I simply surrender to what is meant to be, whilst taking care of my every need. I'm nurturing a seed, watering it daily with kindness, remembering who I am is my destiny. I'm alone, but I'm not lonely. I'm simply confidently lost in getting to know me. So this is to every single woman here who has felt at some stage in their life that they're alone. You're never alone. You're just getting to know yourself. So what I do, I support and guide and inspire women to really connect with the true essence of who they are, whilst unleashing their feminine energy, because being a feminine is so beautiful. It's so empowering. It's so magnifying. However, because we get lost in the aspect of doing, the masculine takes over, and we're all successful, but we have to make sure we stay within our natural state, which is the feminine energy. So my role is to make sure that I am well within myself by allowing my femininity to speak, vulnerability being my biggest strength, which I was once afraid to allow because I used to think it was a weakness. When I discovered that my vulnerability is my greatest strength, I began to walk and talk my own truth and be authentic to myself. So my book really guides a woman to go through some challenges, who's going through some challenges in their lives, whether that be depression, anxiety, and my biggest issue that I suffered with was body dysmorphic disorder. So I learned to love myself, and my book will guide you to go through the journey of getting to know who you are, loving yourself, releasing all of the pain, the trauma, the rejection that you may have gone through, and working through the book by yourself as you've experienced one of my poems. Unfortunately, this poem is not in this book. It's going to be my second book, but there's other poems that really help you to connect with the essence of who you are, really connect with you emotionally, and allow your emotions to be set free, because they all need to be heard. We must not suppress who we are. We must not suppress our emotions. We must not suppress the essence of who we are. We have to allow ourselves to be free. So I will guide you, support you, and nourish you and empower you to be you. I also run a powerhouse elevation for professional women with my other co-founder, Lorna Archer, who's actually here listening. And we support women again in reset, refocus, and reinvent yourself. But before you actually get to the point of reinvention, you must first be still. Pour into yourself with self-love, with self-care, with all of the good stuff. And we run a really, really beautiful sisterhood circle where we support busy professional women to just really reset, refocus, and then we guide you to reinvent yourself. So this is who I am. I think I've taken up most of your time. If I've got more time, Marianne can guide me, but you can connect with me through LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and really hope to connect with you. I am going to be opening a group coaching program within the next week. I'm offering free discovery calls. So if you follow me on one of the pages, connect with me. I will send you a link to book a discovery call with me. And then I can see whether we are the right fit to work with each other and how I can support you, whether that be through my group coaching program or through our Powerhouse Elevation membership. So thank you so much, Queens. And I wish you again an amazing month. And it's also my birthday month. I will be celebrating 45 years. I do not look it because I feel amazing. So thank you so much for seeing me today, for embracing me, and I really hope we connect very, very soon. Take care, and self-love is the best love. From your queen of self-love, I'm sending you all the love of the world from me to you.
Wow, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. And also happy birthday. And no, not 45. The first time
I know, right?
I thought she was in her 20s.
I wish. I have a 21-year-old daughter. So yes, I will be turning 45 on the 24th of March. So I'm celebrating this whole month. this whole month. Thank you so much.
That's amazing. Okay, so we're just actually waiting for Charlotte to log on because she actually had to get going. And because we fell a bit behind, we're going to switch some speakers. Thank you, Jenny, to to let me allow this. So Charlotte's going to log on shortly, and then we'll let her speak. You can certainly put your information in here, Nilsa, and then also on my Facebook page in the chat, so people can copy and paste.
I will do. Thank you so much, Marianne. Thank you, ladies.
Right. Okay. That's okay, Jen. we have so much going on here. So we're just going to wait for sure. Let me see what's happening with her. So because we're all so busy and we're all speaking at so many events, we've got people all over the place. So I want to thank again all of my speakers for creating the time for this, and let's hope that Charlotte has not any technical issues getting on. So yeah, so she's actually going with her husband to speak at an in-person event, and she was going to be late, so we just switched Jen for her. Jen has someone coming, so we will not be interrupted. So let me see. I will be with you. So how's everyone doing? Okay, let me see if we have some technical issues. We're trying to let her go. Okay, we may not be able to make it, so we might just let Jen go. Jen, do you want to come on now? I'm not sure what's if Charlotte's gonna have some. I'll just tell her to go, and if she can join us later, that'll be great.
Well, I've just moved house, so this is my first talk actually in my new house, and the plumber's coming anytime soon. So
This is what we like. We like reality, authenticity at its best, and reality. So Jen Erickson is one of my favorite people. Her and her husband run an event. I'm going to let her tell you all about it, but she is wonderful, and she comes to us from the UK now. Or are you traveling?
No, I'm a Brit, but I'm based in Norway, so truly international. So
excellent. Well, there you go. I will let you take it away, Jen.
Thank you so much. And in the spirit of keeping to time, I will set my timer before I start. So yes, as Marianne said, hello, I'm Jenny Erickson. I'm a Brit based in Norway. And what do? Well, I am co-founder of Event Raptor with my husband. And we are a husband and wife team. We've been together 31 years. We've pretty much worked together for 31 years, actually, ever since we've been together. And Event Raptor is a virtual event management system. You know, we wanted to be able to run our own virtual events because visibility, which is what I'm going to be talking about, is super, super important. And one of the best ways you can be visible is to speak. And back in 2020, before the global interrupt, we decided that we were going to be digital nomads, travel around and speak and create events. And we looked for something on the market that would handle all those things that I call herding kittens. You know, when you want to run a virtual event, you've got speaker bios and landing pages and what time is somebody speaking and sending all the stuff out, all the bits and bobs. And we looked for something that would enable us to make running virtual events easier. You know, we very much work with speakers and event organizers and authors and coaches. And we couldn't find anything. And my husband, we lovingly call him Mr. Automation in our house, because if he can automate something, he will. He created a system and we used it for our events. And after the events that we had, people loved the events, we had great speakers, but what people kept saying to us was, how did you do the thing? You know, it's so easy to know what time somebody was speaking. Everything was so cohesive, and that was our own system we'd created for ourselves. And so we decided to sort of park what we were doing, if you like, and develop Event Raptor, because people were literally saying, if you created it, I would buy it. So I've still stayed as a professional voiceover, because that's something else I do. So for the last nearly 20 years, I've had the privilege of narrating for over 70 countries as a voiceover, which is wonderful. So often sitting in a small dark room talking to myself, which is just the way I like it. So I carried on with my voiceover work, and we developed Event Raptor. And 3 years down the line, that's what we do. So we work with speakers, coaches, people who want to run virtual events, people who want to make those global connections. And that's very much what we're about, is helping people be visible. One of the worst things you can say to Steve and I, my husband, is I am the best kept secret, because I don't want you to be the best kept secret. I want to help you be visible, because what you talk about, what you teach, what you share is not UK or Canada or US centric. All around the world, people have the opportunity to hear your message, to be taught by you, to share your experiences. And we want to play our part in doing that. And, you know, visibility is super, super important to me. And as those of you who might know me, or those of you who hear me talk, and I get it all the time, people say, oh, you're such an extrovert, you're so gregarious, you're so noisy. Well, actually, I'm an introvert. I'm a situational extrovert. So when I'm on, and when I'm off. But I am a situational extrovert. But visibility is so important to me, because for well over a decade, I was invisible. And the reason I was invisible, which is great for a voiceover because you just talk to yourself and you're not talking to anybody, was because I had a neurological problem. One day when I was in my early 40s, I had a problem with my face. It started to twitch. And as a mum of young children, I thought to myself, I'm probably tired, you know, running around after kids, all the things that you do. But it got worse and worse and worse. And if you can imagine having one side of your face, if you like, misbehaving, it's twitching, it's quivering, your eye is blinking, your mouth is contorted. My self-esteem was an absolute rock bottom. And I tried every kind of natural lotion, potion, everything you can think of. And when I was diagnosed, I was told I had something that was called a hemifacial spasm. And without getting too technical, basically, we have nerves in our head and all over our body, of course, and they're covered by something called the myelin sheath. And the myelin sheath is something that stops our nerves touching each other. But in my situation, the nerves had no covering, and that's why I was getting this terrible quivering. And so if you try to find any photographs of me during that period, there are very, very few. I'm very blessed, actually, because I have very tall people in my family. I'm the shortest one. I'm a respectable 5'6". My daughter is 6 foot. And both my husband and my son are 6'5". So they were absolutely great people to hide behind, and hide I did, because people, when they think they're being well-intentioned, will mention something to you that is obvious. So you'll have somebody come up to you to say, did you know your face is quivering? Or, oh my gosh, are you okay? And children especially are definitely those that will come and just literally say, oh, what's wrong with you? And so my confidence hit rock bottom. There are only a couple of actual cures, if you like, or fixes, if you like, for a hemifacial spasm. And I have to tell you, I found lots of coping mechanisms of trying to get around it. So, for example, as mentioned, I would hide behind the tall people in my family. I would not have my photograph taken. But I also developed something where I would push my face up, push my face down, put my hand under my elbow, and find a way of being able to talk, to try and make sure that my face behaved. And I have to tell you, the saddest thing about this is that all the things that we all take for granted that we love to do, which is kissing, laughing, eating, talking, all of those things set my face off. And so I literally lost my smile. Smiling in public was the worst thing I would do. Or if I laughed, I automatically would put my hand in front of my face. And so I had to look at the two different options that were available. And one of them, funnily enough, which might be a bit controversial, is actually Botox. So a lot of people think about Botox as being something in the beauty industry, something that people use to look good, but actually Botox is something that is used for people with hemifacial spasm, or people that have dystonia, or even people who suffer with excessive sweating. It is actually medically used for things. So that was an option that I could choose, or the other option I could choose was brain surgery. And at the time when this was happening, I lived in Tenerife, and it wasn't an option for me to have surgery. There weren't any professionals on the island that could deal with the brain surgery. So I pressed on. And I tried to carry on as much as I possibly could. And as a voiceover, as somebody that didn't really come into contact with people, that was sort of okay. But then when you look and you think that that's how the rest of your life is going to be, with your hand literally in front of your face, or trying to find your coping mechanisms, you know, that's pretty grim. So fast forward to 2015, and we'd by then moved to Norway. My husband is Norwegian, and we live here in beautiful Norway. And when we moved here, I decided that I would like to explore the possibility of having surgery. And it is brain surgery, and it's not for the faint-hearted. And the expert in question had a great track record. However, there are always consequences with this surgery. There can be issues with you losing your hearing, or maybe even impacting your eyesight. But also there is the possibility that it isn't even going to work at all, and you put yourself through all of that and nothing happens at the other end. And the support group I belonged to, they were all very positive, lots of people who had the surgery, and I wanted to give it a go. And so I did. So back in 2016, I had brain surgery, and it's not for the faint-hearted. And I had to spend an awful long time lying down and try to recover. And when I first woke up from the surgery, I was probably about 50% better. Lots of people wake up and they're immediately better, and I was probably about 50%. But I have to tell you, coming from a place of gratitude, because I'm a hugely grateful person, I was so grateful for that. I was so grateful. 50% better just felt like the absolute world to me. And so I was absolutely thrilled. And then as I started to recover, so I improved more and more, 60, 70, 80, to about today, 95%. However, if any of you think that it's impossible to not remember how to smile, I can tell you it definitely is. Because having not smiled for such a long time, having kept my face so still, and also not even, showing my teeth, I literally had to learn to smile again. I literally had to learn how to engage with people again without all my coping mechanisms. And even now, 8 years down the line, if somebody makes me laugh, hysterically laugh, my hand automatically comes up. I automatically want to protect my face. But as you can see today, I'm pretty much 95% better. And I'm super, super grateful for that. And I wanted to embrace visibility. I wanted to be seen. I wanted to be a good role model for my own daughter. I have an amazing daughter. Our daughter suffers with a chronic illness, and yet despite that, she turns up to university every day. She's studying her master's degree. She's studying to be an environmental biologist. She's going to make her impact in the world. I wanted to be a great role model for my daughter and my son as well. So when we started Event Raptor, it was like coming full circle for me. It was an amazing opportunity for me to make connections, for me to venture out and to speak in these lovely little Brady Bunch-esque square windows. And I'm super grateful for that. But my mission is not just for me to be visible, but to help people be visible too. And that's, Event Raptor is our business, but it's very much comes from a heart-centered place. Like Charlotte, who you're going to be hearing next, and Laurie, who you spoke to, who spoke earlier, we're very much focused on community over competition. We are a global community. There is enough for all of us. And we like to think that we can play our small part in helping people be seen and be heard. So when we started Event Raptor, we created a speaker directory. So anybody who is a speaker can put their details in our speaker directory. It's free to do so. And we've had lots of people dip into our speaker directory to find speakers for their events, their podcasts, their live streams, whatever it may be. And then we decided, because I'm such a passionate networker, that we would create something called Speaker Connections. It came after one of our events. We thought we'll put on a little bit of a networking meeting and see how it goes. And that has morphed into Speaker Connections, which we've had for nearly 18 months. And Speaker Connections is where we say to anybody who is a speaker, come along to the meeting. So not just necessarily a keynote speaker, it might be that you are an amazing guest, you can talk about your topic, whatever it may be, come along. And anybody who is an event organizer, you don't have to be one of our clients, it might be that you have a podcast, or Marianne runs her events too, come along. And in the spirit of community, we want to help speakers and guests find more opportunities to speak and to be a guest, and also for event organizers to help them find more guests and more speakers for their events and their podcast and whatever they may whatever they may have. There you are. Nothing like being live, is there? And so fast forward to today, that's what we do. And it's been our complete and utter privilege to help people make those connections. And that's how I've met some of the amazing women that are speaking today. And we love it that they come to our meetings, and I love going to their meetings. It's free to attend Speaker Connections, by the way. So do come along, because we would like to play our part in helping you be more visible. So that's pretty much me done. I know that Charlotte has to get on the road after me. I'm just coming up to the 15 minutes and I want to honor the time. So I don't want to make Charlotte late for her next event. So that's me in a nutshell. Jenny Erickson, the noisy person who most people don't realize has to have brain surgery. There was actually a brain in there. He did actually check, but there you go. Super privileged to be here. And once again, Marianne, thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm going to show off now. There's my daughter. There you are. There's a quick picture of me and my daughter. So happy International Women's Day to everybody, their daughters, their aunties, their sisters, everybody. Thanks very much, Marianne.
Jenny, thank you so much for sharing that story. When I put these together, I have no idea what the ladies are going to talk about. Some of them ask me, some of them don't. I like authenticity so much. This is why I do this way. The theme is to inspire as many women as possible. Tell us about yourself and tell us about your company, and then say something inspirational for the women around the world, everyone, because this is going on so many platforms that it's going to empower so many women. So this kind of a story, thank you so much, everyone, not just Jenny, but everyone. And thank you for sharing such an intimate story. Oh my goodness.
Thank you so much.
And I never know who's going to do what, which is wonderful. And you know what? There's so much going on today with, I can't believe I've been sending out the link to the girls. So many people didn't get it. Charlotte didn't get it. She's like, where's my link? I'm like, I sent it. And I'm thinking everyone's got it. This is real life, right? This is just the way it is. It's all really good. So thank you so much, Jen. That's amazing. And now let's welcome Charlotte McCanch, and she's got to get on the road to go to another event with her husband, Jamie, who has also spoken at our event. Oh, I just want to say what an amazing relationship Jen has with her husband. I think you guys should do like relationship coaching, because they work together and live together, which is amazing. And they're both still alive. So that's the best. So with that, I bring you Charlotte McCanch. Take it away, Charlotte.
Hello, and thank you so much. And yes, definitely applaud Jenny. Jenny and I have become friends over the last few years of running communities. But today I'm actually going to be talking about how quitting something is about winning sometimes. So I've had a lot of things going on in my life recently, and I'm hoping that by sharing a few stories with you where quitting is winning has become very pregnant in my life, I'm hoping that I'm going to inspire some others as well. So by not quitting, I think sometimes you can lose out on life. Life is full of chapters, some that you planned and some that are not so planned. Life sometimes throws the biggest spanners in the works, and it's how you deal with them and how you do that that's important. Life is a journey to enjoy, and that sometimes means that we need to let go of things in your life. Now, on Women's International Day, and thank you so much for having me here today, women are often so frightened of failure. In fact, most of the population on the planet are frightened of failure and fear failure. I want to sort of give a message today about not fearing the failure and actually actively applaud it and take actions when it's needed. Don't fear failure, because failure are learnings that we need to be able to move on. So my name is Charlotte McCansh. I am the founder of Cinebound's Global Network. I'm an entrepreneur. I also work with my husband. So one of us is not buried under the patio. And I think that's saying something. So anyone who's a family business, I want to give a massive shout out to you today. My journey began in Sweden. I'm originally from Sweden. I moved to the US when I was 18, and then moved over to the UK and London when I was 19. I absolutely love traveling. So from one globetrotter, Jenny, to another globetrotter, I started off traveling from a very young age and have done so ever since. But I think that's also what took my love of people into hospitality and events. So that's my background. It's what I absolutely love to do. I was one of the first people on Fulham Road in London to open up a wine bar. That was one of my first wine bars, and that was easy in those days because we only really had 2 reds, 2 whites, and a rosé. Not like now when you have 60 wines by the glass. But there we are. That took me into hospitality, and it's something that I have such a passion for hospitality, love for people and community. Everything that I've ever done in my life has always been around community and supporting others. And that's where I want to talk about this today, and giving those points around women, because I think there's a lot of women out there who are very frightened of competition and fear that failure that I sort of mentioned in the beginning. And I want you to be able to be strong enough to embrace collaboration and forget about competition. Collaboration is key to success. And by having collaborations, you will succeed and create sustainable businesses and relationships. Life is all about building relationships. And with the collaborations, you build long-lasting relationships. I'm going to come over to my first sort of little story around when quitting was something that became a big win and why. So when I was in my early 20s, we were running a fantastic restaurant just in London. There were 3 partners. It was like a massive big family. It was literally like, it wasn't like working, because it was like always being together, and collaboration was key. It was like a little village. And that's actually what I love about London, because London is like little villages within a big city. I've been there for quite a few years. I was the GM. And one of the things I really want to touch on here is because in hospitality, it can be so competitive, and it can be really hard to kind of create those relationships. We had an amazing workforce where we gave people weekends off, and we established a system that could work for that, even in hospitality, which is almost unheard of. And that's over, I guess, probably about 25 years ago now. But the thing was, we were like a big family, and things were going really great. I absolutely loved my position in the business. I loved the responsibility, and it was a busy place to be. And obviously in your 20s, life is pretty easy, but it also came with a lot of challenges. But we also were going to set up more restaurants. And that was the plan that I had with the owner. And in 2003, he came to me and he said, I want to move to the countryside, and I want to give up on the plans of setting up a second business. And even though I absolutely loved what I did and loved everything about it, it was time to quit. And that's when quitting sometimes can be of letting go of something that you absolutely love, and you can win by gaining something else in the future. And I think don't be frightened of that. Now, I actually decided there and then that I was going to quit. And it was hard. I never kind of really gave it up. You know, we were all still very good friends. but I made my move to Australia, and we had a fantastic opportunity over there, and it became a winning formula of where I wanted to go in life, and so many opportunities opened up. So by taking those steps, you can just open up doors to so many more opportunities. Now, the second part of my journey, which also began with Quitting is Winning, was actually going back with one of my connections, who was the owner of the first restaurant I was at, when he decided he wanted to move to the countryside. Well, a few years later, after Australia, I came back to London and I wondered what I was doing in the rat race. I wanted to move to the countryside. Now, if you ever had said that to me years back, I would never, ever have believed you. I was a city girl, and that's where I wanted to be. But in my early 30s, I realized that I actually was ready to take that step and go and live in the countryside. And we opened a gastro restaurant in the middle of absolutely nowhere. I didn't know a single person, and nor did my two business partners. And in the little village that we moved to, the funny thing of all was that everyone was trying to work out who was with who, because usually it's a husband and wife team that takes over like a village pub and makes it into a beautiful establishment. Neither of them were, by the way, and we were all just business partners, but it was quite fun to play with the village and have that kind of community around us. It became hugely successful, and after 6 months, we had a turnover of £500,000. We were literally in the middle of nowhere in Wales, and it became a destination place to go to, which I'm really, really proud of. And it was my baby. It was my total baby. I loved everything about it. Again, we were like a massive big family. Moving into a village where you'd know nobody and be able to embrace that community takes a lot of giving of yourself, and definitely being out there. And I know that Jenny said in her talk that she's a bit of an introvert. And I am an extrovert when I was younger, I was a massive extrovert, but I'm also a great listener. And that's what makes relationships so great for me, because I love to listen to other people. And I think that comes obviously from my background of having been in hospitality for a long time. And that's where the people started to come forward. And that's why it became so successful, was listening to not just the people that were there, but also the team that we had around us. And we created something very, very special. So why would I want to leave? Why would I want to quit? That was my dream, to have a restaurant in the middle of nowhere and make it a success. And we've achieved that. We achieved that in the first year. I was there for 4 years. And then I decided again that it was time. There was something in me that said, there's got to be more than this. We wanted very different things with the outcome of the business. And I decided that this time again, quitting is going to be about winning other opportunities that were out there. And even though I absolutely loved everything about my life at this point, I did the right thing and I didn't fear failure. And I went and actually this time went over to France. We bought a place in France and I started doing it up. I've done 5 house projects in my life. So if anyone out there that's listening that are doing house projects, I really take my hat off to you, because that's the hardest thing you can ever do, I think. But I'm pretty good with a spanner and sander and that sort of thing. So that's what I was doing for a little while. And we were traveling as well as doing up projects, and life took a very different turn. And then I came back to the UK, I came back to Wales, and I wanted to come back to Wales to see friends that I made here. And we were on a different journey. We were doing up a house project at the time, and somebody came to knock on my door. And again, living in the middle of nowhere, it's not really what you expect. They came to knock on my door and wanted me to start working for an online auction house for fine-stringed instruments. And I said, why on earth shall I work with fine-stringed instruments? I haven't even got a clue about what a violin or a cello or anything like that is about. And they knew my experience with events, and that's what they wanted me to hand over. So they wanted to take me on the journey of instruments and being basically like a support to all the experts traveling the world. Now this, as you can imagine, as a globetrotter, was absolutely just like a dream come true, traveling every week, having the bag packed, going to see people and getting to know the most extraordinary people. People have collections of instruments. For those of you that don't really know a lot, an instrument can be worth anything from £10 to millions of pounds. And they literally become part of the family. Many people treat their instruments like children. Is part of them. So it became such an amazing industry to have gone into and understand. It's a very, very niche market. We had the most amazing events, and from at the Langham Hotel, for those of you who've been to London, it's one of the best hotels in London. If you haven't been for a cocktail at the Langham Hotel when you're in London, I certainly would say go for one, because it's one of the best bar in London for probably the last 20 years. But we made the auction house into the best auction house in 3 years. We were competing with Tarisio and other auction houses that are around, and it was a fantastic experience. So again, why would you want to leave something like that? Why would you not just carry on? Because it came to something else that I wanted, that I always wanted to set up, and that was my own business. Something that I had this urge to do a community. I really wanted to be part of something else. I met Jamie and I met on Bumble. That story is out there somewhere, so if you want to find it, just go for it. But it was after having been out of a 25-year-long relationship, which I spoke about last time I was on here. And it was a very narcissistic relationship. So having gone out of that and been on my own for 2 years, I was ready to take on the world. And this is why quitting became winning again. And we actually embarked on the adventure of setting up Bounce. Bounce became a global community that helped thousands of people, especially during lockdown. We had events reaching 90,000 people on Facebook alone. It was just a place for people to be able to give support to each other. And that's what it's all about. Business, relationships, especially today on International Women's Day, we need to support each other. We need to look after each other. And again, I know there's some new people that just come on and watching. It's not about a competition. It's about a collaboration. And my message today is to not fear that failure. Women are so frightened of it, and most people are frightened of failure. I have failed many, many times in my life, but they are learnings. It took me a long time to learn that, which is why I'm here to tell the message today, because I really think that we need to support each other more. Life is a journey to enjoy, and therefore we need to do what we can to support each other, love each other, and build communities around the globe. Thank you so much, Marianne, for having me here today. I really, really appreciate it. We are off to another fantastic event this evening, and I really, really value Marianne as a friend who's just adorable, and everyone who's speaking here today. I'm going to be listening to the rest of you in the car, and we're taking the camper van with us as well. But if you want to reach out, if you feel lonely, please don't hold it back. I've told my story before about burnout and things like that, and that's why I want to come on today and say don't fear failure. Get in touch with somebody. If you feel lonely, if you feel like you don't know where to go, we have a massive community. There's so many supportive women here, and I just want to give you a massive big hug to everyone today. So I'm going to give a virtual hug to everyone, and I'm going to love you and leave you, and thank you so much. Don't fear failure. Take care, and I see you very soon.
Charlotte, thank you so much. If you could just give them your contact info here, and then go to my Facebook page and paste your contact info. You can do that while you're in the car. And
Yeah.
yeah, we have a lot of people watching. I just got off the Facebook Live to see. So we have a ton of people. The Zoom is actually just for the speakers. So we actually have a number of people watching, and we are going to be seen by 6 million plus people because I'm putting this on a variety of platforms that I use. So it's amazing. Thank you, Charlotte. Have yourself a beautiful day.
It's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Marianne, and love all of you that have spoken today. So thank you.
Give my love to Jamie, and we will see Charlotte on many. I do one of these a month. This one is always designated, March 8th is always designated for all of my clients. I always do it as a customer appreciation for anyone who has done business with me in the past, whether it's been books or my speaking or my coaching or anything. So I allow them, some time, and this is sort of the way I appreciate my people. And plus, gift giving is one of my love languages, so I love you. And so thank you so much. And Charlotte, have a good trip and enjoy your next event.
Thank you.
I will bring to you our next speaker, who is, well, I'm not going to say anything. So I said I wouldn't introduce anyone, just your name. So Lori Governor Curtis is our next speaker, and she is amazing. And I'm going to let her tell you all about her. You're all amazing. We're all amazing. So Lori, take it away, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you so much. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm dealing with a little cold, but we pushed through all of this. So it is a pleasure being here. I wanted to start out real quick. I want to, of course, share my story and my journey, but I want to start out with something that I wrote recently as part of an anthology. It's a devotional, and I definitely feel as women, as individuals, that we need to take care of ourselves emotionally, physically, spiritually, and a devotional is certainly a wonderful opportunity to do that. But I think it will speak to what we're talking about today on International Women's Day. So I'm super excited. So it's stemming from the scripture, Psalms 46, 1-3. God is our refuge and our strength. So I finally see her for who she is, one that has self-doubt and fear like everyone else. However, she sees a bigger picture, the one of hope, love, and community. And she works to better herself so that she can create the life she wants by pouring into others that are lost and frightened by life struggles. My prayer is that she capitalizes on her gift. Knowing that all she has endured was for a purpose. Not doing so will be a loss not only to herself, but to all that encounter her. So our previous speaker shared that life is going to life. There's certainly going to be obstacles that we face in life. And sometimes that puts us in a space of not wanting to share our gifts or having fear of sharing our gifts. I challenge everyone today, and hopefully at the end of this, is that we are all going out and that we're sharing ourselves, our authentic selves, with the world, because we need your voice. All of us have stories, a history, life lessons, and it's so important to be able to share that as part of a broader community. So my name is Lori Governor Curtis. I am a widow. I'm a mother. I'm a sister. I'm a niece. I'm a friend. I'm a former student athlete. I'm a Hall of Famer, and I'm a legend. All of those things make up who I am. And I can certainly go on and talk about the degrees that I have, as well as the 20 years of leadership experience, all of these things, how I love music, I love walking, I love the beach. All of those things make up who I am. And what I would say builds the foundation of who I am and for everything else that I'm going to encounter from today. And I wanted to share a little story. former student athlete, so I played my sport of choice in college was basketball. Great opportunity to be able to go to college on a scholarship and play the sport that I love to do. And one of the things that I have found is the player that I was in high school was not the player that I could show up as when I entered college. There is a level of fundamentals that you need to develop and that you need to learn in order to continue to elevate and to continue winning. So I encourage everyone to keep that mindset of growth and wanting to continue to move forward and to develop ourselves as individuals. In addition to that, I think that what we sometimes face as women is not feeling comfortable in showing up as our authentic self, particularly in a professional setting. To say that I am a mom can spark some fear in some people. To say that I'm pregnant can spark some fear in people. And you've seen it all. You've seen folks who are on TV who potentially hide their pregnancy for fear of it impacting their ability to work. I challenge everyone to take back that control and allow yourself again to show up in your authentic self. Because when we do that, we're able to garner trust and understanding, and we're able to share with those that come behind us the importance of being who you are and who God created you to be. And when you can do that, so many things can happen, not only for you, but for the people who are around you. So take back control is what I would challenge and implore that you do at this point in time. In addition, I think that we have self-doubt about what we can or cannot do. And I ask that you take a moment to just jot down. I started out telling you all I'm a mother, I'm a niece. I would even go further and talk about what you've accomplished. And here's the reason why that's so important. That is, again, building your foundation of who you are and what you experiences that you have that you can bring to the situation that you're in. I talked earlier about being a former basketball player. Fundamentals are so important. Who you are and what you've experienced are your fundamentals. Those are the things that you've learned over the years that's going to help you as you continue to move forward. So take your time, write it out so that you can see it in black and white, or if you type it out on the computer. I'm old school. I like pencil and paper versus doing things on the computer. But what happens when you do that, it brings to your memory, it's written down. You can go back and take a look. So when you have self-doubt, go back and take a look. Did I really accomplish that? Absolutely. You accomplished that. So if you accomplished that, can you imagine using the same things that got you there? As you continue to move forward, you're going to create a world that you cannot imagine. So it's about leveraging your skills and talent. So let me talk about my journey chronologically, and I'll go through this real quick. So really for me, my foundation started in church. I am so blessed to have family that introduced me to God and to church. And that certainly centered me spiritually. And it allowed for me to fall back in times of stress and strife, to fall back on that foundation. Then, of course, sports in college. Sports was an opportunity, a vehicle for me to get what I wanted to get, and that was a college degree. I knew that my family was not going to be able to send me to college, didn't want to have a lot of debt. So I leveraged my skills and my talents. Again, write out what you can do and leverage your resources, not only from the things that you are able to accomplish, that you've accomplished, but certainly your people resources. Who are the people? Who's your village? Who's your community that you can fall on when you need help with something? In 1999, let me back up. In 1993, my husband and I had our son. And in 1998, we had our daughter. In July of 1999, my daughter presented with a seizure. Out of the blue, she wasn't sick. She had a seizure. So we spent the rest of the year figuring out what's going on, and we determined she had a seizure disorder. We started medication, and in fact, she had a seizure this week while I was away from home, which as a mom, you can only imagine what I was feeling at that time. As we continued to work through medical testing, she did present on the spectrum. So my daughter is autistic. She's 26 now, and she's doing an amazing job. And so thrilled to have her in my life and to be her mom. It is truly my honor to be her mother. 2003, I lost my mother. She had a short battle with cancer. Presented with a seizure in October, she passed the following May. In 2006, my husband was killed in a robbery attempt. So as a mom, you can imagine my daughter and my son, he was going into his 8th grade year. So that is a formidable years for a child. And mom here was a little nervous, but I fell on my foundation of my faith and my community. So again, leveraging the resources that you have is so powerful and allows you to continue to move forward. In 2008, lost my job. So not only you're dealing with emotional issues, I'm worried about the financial side of things. What am I going to do now? But God, continue to move forward, relied on my faith, and I relied on my family and my community. This is where community and sponsorship is so important. In 2010, my name came up in a conversation about a potential job opportunity. The person reached out to me via LinkedIn, had a conversation, and I was actually rehired by the job that let me go in 2008. Wouldn't have had that opportunity without my community. So the theme here you're seeing is building that foundation of people resources and understanding who you are to be able to continue to move forward and to be in spaces and places that, and your name come up, that will allow you to continue to be successful and to win. In 2015, I started getting the feeling, hey, I need to do more. I need to do more. I've been through a lot. So what can I do to share this forward with others? What can I do to support other people? And once I made the decision, it took me a second, and God was calling me to write. And I was a math major in college, and I'm trying to stop saying this, but I don't see myself as a writer. But God said otherwise, and an opportunity to be in an anthology, What Now mindset. So life happens, what now? And it's a great testament to, people were like, Lori, how did you do it? How are you doing it? How are you making it? And it's my foundation, building my foundation of people, building my strength within myself and believing within myself that I am able, based upon all of the things that I wrote down and knew of about myself and what people were saying about me. Fast forward to today, never thought I would be, someone said earlier about being introvert. I'm definitely an introvert, but certainly an extrovert when I'm passionate about something. But I am definitely a homebody and enjoy being at home. But when you have something to say and you know that you've been blessed, you're doing yourself and those around you a disservice if you do not share that. And that's why, Marianne, I appreciate the platform that you give to so many people. You allow for them to share their gifts and their talents and their skills so that we all can take something from that. So I am an international speaker. Last year on this day, March 8th, I spoke in Paris, which was a wonderful opportunity for me. I am a coach, I'm an author, and I am owner and CEO of On the Court Solutions. On the Court Solutions, it's all about development. It's about leadership development. It's about working with student athletes. What I've seen in my 20 years of leadership experience is that we have a subset of individuals that are need guidance in the area of leadership. So I focus on leadership development as well as working with my student athletes. In addition, I work with businesses in developing their systems and structures for success. I want to leave you because I know in the time that I have remaining with this one thing is that life is going to happen. You have the power to choose in how you respond to what life brings your way. I pray that you choose hope. I pray that you choose laughter, life, love. And Marianne, thank you again for this opportunity to speak on your platform.
Thank you, Lori, so much. She would be, I think she's our only professional athlete. So we have to have one of those too, since I'm not going to be an athlete. I do some walking, but that's as far as we go. Thank you, Lori, so much. Please give us your contact info in the chat. And if you want to voice your contact info here, your website or something, that's great. And
sure. Anyone can reach out to me at lorigcurtis.com.
Excellent. And with that, we will move on to our next lady who, this is her first time speaking at one of my events. Actually, no, it isn't. It's kind of second because she actually has spoken briefly in with our APL Go. So Yara is our next speaker, Yara Ortiz. Yara, take it away.
Good morning, ladies. Oh my God, what a way to start a morning, right? It's so powerful, so inspiring. So thank you so much, ladies, for the time that you have invested this morning to pour out into us. So yes, my name is Yara Ortiz, and I am the owner and CEO of Bookkeeping Consulting Services, BCS, where we provide financial management services to nonprofit organizations and small businesses. A little backstory about me and what inspired me to start my own business. So the decision came, but was influenced by the hurdles and the history of my family of financial hardship and growing up, as I witnessed, my family members struggle with scarcity, and that's what motivated me to rewrite this narrative for myself and for my son, and my future generations. I was determined, and I am determined to break this cycle of lack, break the cycle of poverty mindsets and take control of my destiny and my future, and creating and walking on my own path, my individual purpose, and creating my legacy. So that is my mission and my focus right now for me and my son. And aside from that, yes, I also wanted, the freedom that comes from, with being my own boss and not being constrained and by the traditional 9 to 5 job or whatnot. And, I wanted to be present for my son, and I want to be present for my son without asking for permission to go to my son's activities or appointments or event that he's participating on and all that stuff. However, all of that, this journey has had its challenges, as I am building my business, and I continue growing personally and professionally, it has impacted my family life in significant ways. While I enjoy the flexibility that entrepreneurship offers, it's also has its demands, long hour day, late nights, um, sometimes having to work during the weekend. So yes, it has taken some time away from my son. Nevertheless, my ultimate goal remains to create a brighter future for both of us. And despite the hurdles and the challenges that I have faced and gone through my journey, it has been immense. It has been rewarding. So it's not always, I have taken time away, but it has also been rewarding. So I've learned, so many new skills throughout my journey. I have grown personally and professionally, like I said. I have met so many amazing people, so many powerful women, along the way who have added into my life, who have poured into my life and in some way or another. So it has been rewarding and a true blessing. Now, what I've learned as well out of all of this, and my message to you ladies and anyone who is listening right now, if you're looking to start your own business, or if you already have your business, or even if there's anything that you want to accomplish in life, or you feel your calling in your heart, but you feel scared, you feel like you're running in place, it does take time. It does take sacrifices, and it takes tremendous focus. It takes resilience. Life is not a straight line. It is very uncertain. You know about today, but like you don't know about tomorrow. Furthermore, you know about right now, but you don't know about what's going to happen an hour from now. So if we want to reach our goals, fulfill our dreams, we must take action. We must need to push through it all. We must be persistent, stay focused on the finish line so we can continue moving towards it. And we must also be aware of the people we surround ourselves with. The environments that we put ourselves in, we also should be aware of those things. Is it easy? No, absolutely not. But it is possible, absolutely possible. So where is the will, there is a way, as they say, right? Now, because I have stayed persistent and pushing through my fears and my emotions, right now, if you would have told me what I'm gonna say right now years back, I would have laughed at your face. So right now, I am en route of being in 4 different anthologies this year. At this point, I have been in a great number of interviews and podcasts, and more to come. I am en route in writing my own book, which that blows my mind still, just to think about it. And I am en route in some other project, working on some other projects that I'm, that's, for the next year or so. So again, we must stay focused. We must surround ourselves with growth-minded people. I took that from Nikki, by the way, because we can't do it alone. We must stay persistent. We must stay resilient to our goals and our purpose. So I encourage you to take that first step, which is the hardest step to take. But once you take it, once you take action and you stay focused and you stay true to yourself, then the rest is history. So that is my message to you guys. I really thank you guys for listening. I thank you all, you queens that have joined us today. And thank you so much, Marianne, for having me here and inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yara. That was
Yeah.
amazing. Please share where people can connect with you, and then also post it here in the chat and also on my Facebook page in the chat. Over and over.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I already posted my link tree, but I'm going to post it again.
Again.
But very quickly, you could visit my website at bookkeepingcs.com. And you can also get to me through my Facebook page, which is Yara Ortiz, as you see on the screen. That's how you can find me. Thank you so much,
Excellent.
ladies.
Thank you, darling. And we will hear from you again at around 12, right? 12:30. I can't remember when you said you'll be hopping on. So
Something, yeah. So
we have what I officially now call APL Go hour. So we're going to do a bunch of testimonials. Well, thank you so much. And beautiful as always. I love hearing from Yara, and as I do from all of my lovely, beautiful guests. And with that, I bring you one of my dear friends from a long time ago. We've made it and survived through 75 hard and a bunch of different things that I won't go on about. And I present to you Miss Ivy Perez. Ivy, take it away.
Thank you, Marianne. Hi, ladies. Wow. This has been amazing, incredible, powerful, exactly what I needed. So needed all these messages. So I have a lot to cover. I'm going to go fast and furious. So hello, everyone. I am honored to speak to you on this International Women's Day with a heart full of admiration for the strength, resilience, and grace that each and every one of you is sharing today. And I'd love to touch on why it is so essential to love ourselves, but also to believe in our capabilities, not just for our own lives, but even more significantly for the generations that follow in our footsteps. So self-love is the cornerstone, and believing in our capabilities is the next crucial step. To truly make a difference in the world, we must first recognize and embrace our intrinsic worth. Loving ourselves and knowing ourselves allows us to have more self-awareness. And with self-awareness, we gain the power of choice and control over our actions. Loving ourselves is not selfish, it's not arrogant, but a necessary step towards realizing our full potential. It is the fuel that propels us forward. History is replete with examples of extraordinary women who have defied societal norms, overcame adversity, achieved greatness against all odds. Trailblazers breaking barriers in science, business, and the arts today. And the common thread is a steadfast belief in their own abilities. And as we celebrate our achievements, let us also acknowledge the strength within each of us, a strength that has the power to shape the destiny of generations to come. Our daughters, our granddaughters are watching us. They're learning from our triumphs, our tribulations. They're learning from our failures. When we love and believe in ourselves, we set an indomitable example for them. We create a legacy that extends beyond our individual lives, inspiring young minds to dream bigger, reach higher, and strive for a world where gender does not limit anyone's potential. So, ladies, like I said, I have a lot to share. So on this International Women's Day, I love to share also 5 things that I hope that you will extract from, and also I'll kind of put in like some of my life stories that maybe can help you step forward in your life. And those 5 things are surrender, trust, the power in letting go, embracing divine timing, and the power of vulnerability. But before I dive into my talk, allow me please to share a little backstory, because honestly, it's taken me a long time to find my own way and how my story could help others. So, Ivy Perez, I am a mom, a young 54-year-old with an 11-year-old daughter. I live in New Jersey. I've done some marathons and triathlons, and although those are great accomplishments, my greatest accomplishment is letting go of alcohol's grip, a grip that it had on me for almost 30 years. And I'll get into that a little later, but I'm also trained in transformational principles, which was the catalyst to everything that I am and that I do today. From what I experienced as a child, I grew up to be hypervigilant and aware of people's actions, their intentions, and most especially their words. As for my childhood, let's just say it was filled with a lot of contradiction, confusion, manipulation, shame, judgment. And it's not a woe is me, it's just to say it's life. We all have challenges and crisis seasons, but they happen because we are to eventually learn from them, learn about ourselves, realize our gifts, hone our gifts, and ultimately to serve and impact others. Now, my childhood helped me to see and realize my gifts. As I worked on myself, I learned about myself and believed and trusted that there was a higher good to come out of all of that. And I hope that what I share today with all of you, you are impacted in a positive way. So let's dive in. My first point is surrender. So surrender is not a sign of weakness. Rather, it's an act of profound strength. It's about acknowledging that there are forces beyond our control and recognizing that we do not have to carry the weight of the world on our shoulders. Surrender involves releasing the need to control every aspect of our lives and opening ourselves to divine guidance. Granted, we may have multiple times in our lives where we have to surrender because it's not a one and done deal. You know, just like the waves in the ocean, so too is the ebb and flow of life. So as I mentioned, I struggled with alcohol for 20 plus years, but for approximately 15 years, I consciously knew it wasn't serving me. And when I wanted to let it go, it still took more than a decade before I did. What I learned and come to realize is that we go through challenges to learn from it, to learn about ourselves and what we can and cannot do, and what we will and will not tolerate. So this is why we go through challenges or experience trauma or abuse or any crisis. Life is a journey. It's a process. And as Steve Jobs once so eloquently said, you cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever. This approach has never let me down, and it has made all the difference in my life. I love that quote. And in all transparency, I was afraid of surrendering because then who would I be? What would I do? How would people see me, especially those that knew me when? Who was I to become? By surrendering, I didn't allow alcohol's grip to hold me anymore. I knew there was more to life. And finally, June 1 of 2018, I was done. I surrendered. And as of this juncture, I am 5 years, 8 months sober from alcohol, which brings me to my second point, and that is letting go. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means creating space for new opportunities and positive energies to flow into our lives. Think of it as clearing out your closet. You go through your closet and you remove the clothes that don't serve you anymore. You get rid of the clothes, you donate, you pass it on, clothes that don't fit you, maybe that are tattered. The thing is, what is that thing that you need to let go for you? Maybe it's anger, guilt, shame. Maybe it's unhealthy eating. Maybe it's emotional eating, alcohol, drugs, gambling, shopping. Maybe it's people. Sometimes we need to let go of people and love them from afar so that we can have more peace and ease and love in our own hearts. Remember that. So when we release attachments to the outcomes and trust in a greater plan, we allow the universe to work its magic and guide us towards our highest good. So the first time I can recall letting go, and although you can say I did let go of alcohol, and I did, but in my late 30s, when I didn't believe that it was in my cards to find love. I had dated so much and I was tired. I was exhausted. And honestly, I didn't know exactly what I was looking for, but I knew that I would know when that person crossed my path. I was hopeful. I just believed, and I believe that a relationship is not supposed to be hard. Any relationship, for that matter, is not supposed to be difficult, where you are questioning yourself or feeling less than or uncomfortable to share your thoughts, your feelings, or even still be yourself. So one day, I let go. I let go of finding the one. I gave up trying and I resolved to being single as I thought that that was my destiny. And you know what? I was okay with it. When you truly let go of what is not serving you, the weight will be lifted. And within a year's time, I found my person. And we actually kind of sort of dated in high school. 20 years later, we connected on Facebook right here. And now we have a family. And this brings me to my third point, and that is trusting the process. So trust is the cornerstone of any meaningful journey. It's the belief that everything is unfolding as it should, even when we can't see the full picture. Trusting the process means having faith that God's plan for us is far greater than anything we can imagine. It's a reminder that every setback is a setup for an even greater comeback. A perfect example for me is building in this online space. I did everything wrong, to be honest. I let go of working full-time and having that steady paycheck because I thought getting certified in life coaching, all the money was going to flow in and all the clients were just going to show up. Well, I realized soon thereafter that that was not the case. It was just level one. And as time went on and fear set in, most especially about finances, the question was, how was I going to do this? How was I going to sustain? But I trusted the process. And I trusted, and I continue to trust that everything will work out for me if I continue to show up. I continue to learn and study and help others. Now, don't get me wrong. Many times I've wanted to throw in the towel and get a full-time job, but I knew it wasn't meant for me. I was meant for something bigger, something greater, more impactful. In what capacity? I don't know. I'm still trusting the process. Next is embracing timing, divine timing. Many times, what we desire doesn't manifest in our lives immediately. Divine timing operates on a whole different schedule than our own. As we all know, patience becomes a virtue as we wait for the right opportunities and the right people to cross our path. Trust that everything is happening in perfect timing and that there's a reason, because the universe, God, is orchestrating a beautiful symphony in our lives. And an example for me that I really desired was actually going in the military. I was actually about 40 years old, and I signed up to go into officer candidate school for the Army. It's a very, very long story, but it wasn't meant to be. And at the time, I didn't understand why. I sold everything, my furniture, my car. I got out of the lease of the apartment that I was renting. I was staying with friends. And then one day, the Holy Spirit washed over me. And then I knew I'm not supposed to go in. And so I called my recruiter and he got me out of it. Don't know how. And yet, a few months later, I was pulled to go in again. This time, I was even having reservations about it, but the pull was too strong for me to ignore. But it wasn't meant to be. However, what was meant to be, and this is the reason why I believe I went through this 2 times, was to find out that I'd had breast cancer at an early stage. And my boyfriend at the time, now my hubby, was with me every step of the way. So I believe God's plan was to ground me so that my daughter could come into this world and that I could be exactly where I am today. So trust and embrace divine timing. And lastly, finding strength and vulnerability. Surrendering and letting go require vulnerability. It's okay to admit that we don't have all the answers, that we need help, and even more powerfully, that we may need divine guidance. When we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, it allows us to connect to our authentic selves and open our hearts to the blessings that await us and the blessings we then get to impart on others. And I'm going to say that again because it's so incredibly powerful. When we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, it allows us to connect to our authentic selves and open our hearts to the blessings that await us and the blessings that we then get to impart on others. So as I come to the end, let go what doesn't serve you, surrender what you cannot control, trust the process that everything is aligning for your highest good, embrace divine timing, and connect with your beingness by finding your strength and vulnerability. By doing all this, the people, situations, and circumstances will begin to cross your path, and it's nothing short than divine intelligence. And I'll leave you with a quote by Nelson Mandela. He said, "As I walked out the door toward the gate that would lead to my freedom, I knew if I didn't leave my bitterness and hatred behind, I'd still be in prison." Isn't that powerful? Just incredible when we are able to let go and leave behind what will not serve our greater good. So ladies, on this very important day, I want to honor you for being strong, for being powerhouses you are in your own way, and for being here today. And if there is anything that you are wanting to pursue, if there's a desire on your heart, something so big that it scares you, remember this question: what if you were created for such a time as this? I thank you. I hope that you gained from my talk. If you'd like to connect, I'm on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, but I'm most accessible on Facebook Messenger. So with that, have a blessed day, and I wish you peace and ease in every step you take. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. I'm still writing. That was amazing, Ivy. Thank you so much. Please feel free to go into the chat and give us your contact info there as well. So many good nuggets. I can't. There's not enough time. We are catching up with a little bit of time, which is good. So thank you again so much, Ivy. That was amazing. Very powerful. Thank you for sharing such intimate details again. Most details I've heard, but like I said, I never ever suggest anything to my speakers what they should talk about. I let them tell me. So freestyle is my way of living. Authenticity is the best. It has the highest vibration, and the best way to encourage authenticity is to just not have control over things. So I've been doing these for about 3 years now, and this is the most amount of tech issues I've had. Like, I've literally had to help so many people get in. Like, it's just, things are just not working today. It is what it is. All good. So our next guest is Linda Procopio. So I just want to thank Linda. Linda's already at an event and went to her car so she could deliver her speech. So I have the best speakers in the world. Linda, please take over the stage so you can get back to your event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm taking this from my car. Hope you guys don't mind the background here, but hey, at least I'm here, right? And we're all enjoying together, and happy International Women's Day. Yay. So I wanted to start off by sharing a little bit about my background. I'm a holistic nutritionist and chef, and I wanted to tell you just a little bit about how I got to where I am today. I studied after high school marketing and wasn't sure really what I was going to do or what my passions were at the moment, but I decided to go into working for a large telecommunication company in the corporate world, and did that for 12 years and realized at the end of close to the end of my career, it really didn't evoke any passion in me. I'd be driving to work in the morning, kind of tired, sluggish, not really looking forward to the day. So I knew it was time to make a change in my life. But at the time, I had 3 children that were in high school, and I was thinking, how can I just take a leap of faith and, maybe start my own business, which is what I always wanted to do. I was kind of scared. I didn't have a university degree. I was always worried that I needed this, university degree or have all this knowledge to start my own business. But I realized that after, helping many people at work in the office, what I was doing is I had a few bachelors that wanted me to make their lunch for them. Because I'd be bringing all these healthy lunches to work. And I was always into fitness and health and wellness, that I really enjoyed that. That's what, got me out of bed in the morning was, I'm going to, bring their lunch to these 2 gentlemen at work. And I started my own little side hustle there. And I'd always encourage people to take the stairs instead of the elevator. Let's, park our cars further away to walk to the building. And I actually helped a few people quit smoking. It was just, I was doing all of these things and I wasn't realizing this is my passion. This is what I really would like to do for a living. So after taking that leap of faith and leaving the corporate world, being a single mom with the 3 kids, I just decided that's it. I'm doing it and I'm going to start my own business. So I studied the culinary arts as well as holistic nutrition. And while I was studying, I decided to become a catering chef, which I did for a little while, but I wanted to kind of put the 2 hand in hand, the way, the nutrition and the chef work that I was doing. And I decided to study the holistic nutrition from a company out of Germany called Metabolic Balance. And this program is an innovative all-natural nutrition program that brings balance to our hormones and helps things with, people that want to lose weight, people that want to gain weight, people that want to basically get off medication, control their diabetes. It just helped with a whole, amazing round of things, such even menopause and bloating, gas, knowing what to eat. And I just found this program being so unique and specific because we actually have people test their blood first before we determine what the nutrition program is. And because it was working with doctors and scientists over there that have developed this program out, 30 years ago, I just found it so amazing. And so I added that to what I was doing, and I just combined the 2, nutrition, cooking, and preparing meals for clients, and became a certified metabolic balance coach. So these programs are all personalized to each individual, which I love, as I was saying, and you will know exactly how much food you need to be eating, as well as even the amount of water you need to drink, calculated for you down to a T. So I also got involved in the water business because most of my clients have to drink anywhere from 2 to 4 liters per day. And if you're not drinking at least 2 liters, anyone out there that's listening, you need to drink at least that amount. It goes based on your weight. And I'd be happy to do that calculation for you. I know how it's done. And if you're interested, you can always reach out to me and I'll let you know. And it's based on your weight and your physical activity levels, of course. So I got involved with also providing the most nutritious water to clients. It's a company that I found out in Japan, and they've been in business for 50 years. And they're doing it right because they have these water ionizer machines that you hook up to any faucet and it transforms your home into, this amazing alkaline water that we need to be drinking in order to be healthy. So I had the diet program, which was, alkaline. Everybody's eating alkaline food, low glycemic foods that are not going to spike your blood sugars, as well as the water. And I added, supplements to my business as well. And, and it just grew and just keeps growing. And I really enjoy it. And I love it. Every day. It doesn't feel like work. It feels like fun. Like I'm having fun. Even if I work a 12-hour day, I'm still having fun at the end of the day. My eyes might be tired, but, I just feel like I'm having a blast. So if your goal was to ever start a business, you know, the message I want to give to all the ladies and gentlemen out there listening is that, you know, don't be afraid that if you don't have that university degree to, you know, to take the jump and do it. Don't worry about, you know, your knowledge, because just your passion about the topic and your knowledge that you have to share, that you have in your mind, that you just want to like get it out there and help people, is going to be the key that you need to be successful with starting any business. So, you know, you can always ask me for advice, because I'd be happy to give it to you, because I know as a, you know, young entrepreneur, I was kind of, you know, really cautious about taking that leap, and in, you know, not feeling like I had a husband kind of to back up. If it doesn't go right, what do I do? And you just learn to make it work. We find the strength as women to make it work no matter what. And I've been having a great time for the past 7 years, growing and growing. So if you ever need any kind of words of encouragement or advice on wanting to start your own business, but you're not sure, I'm happy to have a conversation with you about that as well. And also oh gosh, I just lost my train of thought. Sorry, I was interrupted by something. But not only starting your own business, but basically getting back to eating right. So if you feel that you're you know, you're always bloated, everything that you eat gives you gas. If you feel like you are suffering from not sleeping at night because of maybe indigestion, if you feel any issues, if the doctors recommend that you take all kinds of prescription medications, ones are working for you, I would really recommend that you take your health into your hands and really gain control of that, and just look at hiring a coach like myself or other coaches out there that can help you. If you're following these fad diets, be careful, because some of them can be very dangerous for your health. They might work in the short term. You'll lose the weight, absolutely, but you know, it's not all about losing weight. It's about losing the inches as well off of your, you know, your waistline. Let's say that's your visceral fat that attaches to your belly and all your organs. And if you have a ton of visceral fat, then that could lead to the metabolic syndrome, which is so many, you know, things can happen, like high blood pressure. You know, you could develop high cholesterol. Diabetes could be developed. So many things can happen to if you're not cautious with what you're eating. And there is a lot of confusing Facebook, you know, people are getting bombarded with listening to different people, different doctors, different, you know, people that feel they're qualified to make these videos, and they share information about don't eat, you know, don't drink coffee one day, and then you'll hear the next video is the guy's going, oh yeah, the coffee's so good for you, you know. So it's you have to really look at the science and really understand what's going on with your body before you can make that choice as far as what program you're going to follow. So everyone is following some sort of meal plan, whether you created it on your own or you're following, you know, let's say Weight Watchers, keto, anything like that. You know, just be careful with some of the fad diets is all I want to say, and look for some advice from a coach that has studied nutrition that can really guide you in the right direction. And looking at your blood work really helps, such as, you know, we look at your cholesterol, we look at your liver, your kidney, your thyroid. Maybe you have a hypoactive thyroid and you have to eat certain foods. You know, maybe your blood sugars are creeping up, or maybe you have like a low hemoglobin, or your urate levels, which is your acidity in your body. We look at that too. Maybe your you know, your coffee and your tomatoes and your wine, whatever it is you're having, is making your body acidic. So how do we make it more alkaline to make you feel better? So if you want to, you know, really go through menopause in a nice way and not suffer like I did. I wish I knew about this when I was going through it. You know, heavy periods, you know, just terrible cramps and all that. I just could have avoided all that if I had known about this. And I've helped a lot of women with that. And, you know, most people are concerned about the amount of medication they're taking and if it's really working. And like I said, the supplements too, are they working? You know, maybe it's just not a good brand that you're consuming, and you really have to look into that as well to make sure that it's a professional grade supplement. And the non-medicinal ingredients is basically what you really want to look at on your bottle if you're wondering. because that can, there's sugars, hidden sugars in there. There could be like an sunflower oil in some of the supplements out there. So just read your ingredients, read your labels. I'm a big label reader, and I've done all that work ahead of time. So if you do join my program, I would walk you down the aisles in the grocery store, and you wouldn't have to like worry about shopping for hours, because I've done all that homework for you and read all the labels, so I'll be a good resource for you. And the other part of my business of being a chef, I didn't want to lose that part of it and just focus on just the nutrition programs, is I actually started an online cooking class, because I found people really need to learn this life skill that's so important for you. And if you're just, going to restaurants, if you're, just buying the prepared food at the grocery store and you're not even comfortable going there. I've taught people many times through Zoom, we just do FaceTime. Let's say we walk through the grocery store if you're not in the GTA, or if you're in the GTA, we go together and we shop, and I teach you how to read the labels, and I teach you what things could be right for you, especially if you're on the metabolic balance program. Then you'll have a list of everything specific to you. But the cooking class that I started is once a month on YouTube, and you get to join me live, which is awesome. We have so much fun. I have so much information up here in this brain that I just want to share with you when it comes to kitchen hacks, preserving food, how to, freeze meals, how to like prepare meals to take with you that are so easy. You could do them ahead of time, batch cooking. We just go, even down to what kind of utensils you need in the kitchen, proper cookware. I just offer a lot of tips and tricks and tips that you can, use throughout your life that will help you and your family stay healthy. And for 25 years, I've been cooking for myself. I've learned so much over the years, really on my own. I can't say that I, can give my credit to my mom, because she cooked all the meals for me and didn't really allow me in the kitchen. So God bless my mom, though. She was an amazing cook, and I think the passion in me just came out. I gained the passion through her, and it just, it made me really want to study the culinary arts, to learn even more and more. And I just keep learning new things every day. And this cooking class would be once a month live on YouTube, and my premium members get to join for only $179. I still have the price at the introductory rate, and I'm going to continue to offer that for the rest of the year. So $179 if you're in Canada, plus tax. If you're in the US, there's no tax. It's just $179. And you get to join me once a month, and we cook together. You would receive the recipes and the ingredient list, grocery list on Friday. You get your reminder. And then Sunday we're live, and we're prepping that are 4 meals. So 2 different proteins, but we're going to make, let's say, chickpeas 2 different ways, and we're going to make chicken 2 different ways. And you're going to walk away with having all these meals prepared for the week or for your family for that evening. And you can enjoy prepping with me, or you can prep after the class. And if you miss the class altogether, it's recorded privately for the members, and you can watch it at any time. So it's really educational and fun. And I want to leave you with something about a quote when it comes to following your intuition. So if you're following a program and it's not working for you, or you're not sure about your health, and you don't want to make time to go to the doctor, or you don't want to, look into changing your eating habits, and you're worried about this lifestyle change because you've developed all these habits that you've taken with you maybe from childhood. Really consult a coach and follow your intuition. Your gut is your second brain, and we need our gut to be healthy. And if we're eating healthy foods, drinking alkaline water, and having positive thoughts as well in our mind, then, you're going to lead a very happy, healthy lifestyle. By Ann Wilson, often saves us from disaster. So use, these thoughts to, take care of your health, and put yourself first. I know it's hard, but we as women, we tend to put our families and everyone else first. But in order for us to look, the best gift we can give to our family is our health. So trust your gut, trust your intuition, jump on board on a program that's customized to you, and stay away from the fad diets is the best advice I can give to you ladies today.
Perfect. Linda, thank you so much. It's freezing a lot now towards the end on you because you've frozen a few times, so we missed some stuff. But we do have a question in the chat.
Yes.
What foods can you recommend for anyone who has thyroid issues?
Yes. Well, if it's an issue that's hypo or hyper, we've helped clients with it's a hormone that needs to be balanced, and in order to balance your hormones, sorry, someone knocked on my window. I apologize. In order for your hormones to be balanced, you should change your nutrition program, and we can have a chat. Absolutely. My handle on everything, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok are all Live Light by Linda, my company name, spelled Lite. And I'd be happy to chat with you to discuss how we can balance the hormone, because that's one of the hormones that can definitely affect your weight. And we can definitely meet about that if you're interested. I hope everybody heard that.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you so much. And if you want to throw your information into the chat below, that's great. I see that you also have to go, and thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you guys. Have a good day.
Thanks for making an effort and coming in from the car to us.
Thank you.
Gosh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now we have Jodie. I want to make sure I pronounce your name properly. Where did she go? She here? Oh, yes. Okay. So our next guest is, just a second, Jodie Andrea Ruano. Yes, I did it. Unmute yourself, honey, and take the stage, please. Thank you.
Andrea, you were close.
Close enough.
Well, good.
That's why I'm like, everybody, please just introduce yourself.
On International Day 2024, I want to share with you a deeply personal journey. It's a journey of resilience, wellness, and purposeful living. It's a journey that began with a stark realization faced with a life-threatening situation and transformed into a mission that not only just survival, but to thrive. My moment of truth. So imagine for a moment being told a doctor comes in and says, your life is hanging on the balance.
Jodie,
You're going to be put, yes?
We're not really hearing you very well. It's going in and out. I think it's just your microphone. It's not the internet part. It's just your microphone.
Okay,
I'm not sure if there's anything you can adjust to that. You can't hear
Can I
it?
get my headset?
I don't know. I can barely hear you now at all.
Hold on.
Oh, there, that's better.
I didn't do anything.
I don't
Can you
know,
hear
but that's better. So just continue. Maybe now you're closer to the micro. I don't know.
I didn't move. That's weird. Okay. So anyway, can you hear me? Okay. So you're going to have a trach. You're going to have a hole in your neck. You're going to have a 1 in 4 chances of survival, and you have mere minutes to communicate with your family. This was my reality. I faced in those fleeting moments, struggling to breathe. I reflected on all I had taken for granted and a deep desire of my heart. The power of prayer. In that pivotal moment, I prayed for 3 things. I prayed that my husband and son would repair their relationship that had been broken for so many years. That I would be able to watch my husband walk my daughter down the aisle to her 8th grade sweetheart. They were supposed to be married that December. And I wish so badly to become a Nona one day. These prayers became a guiding light through the darkest days ahead. A journey through the darkness, 3 months on life support, being put on the ECMO, battling seizures, blood clots, heart damage, blood transfusion, and the uncertainty of survival, yet amidst the darkness, a glimmer of resilience emerged. Despite the physical and emotional toll, I refused to succumb to the despair and woke and lost most of my muscle mass, and I couldn't walk, write, or speak. I had so many plans. I had a business, my podcast, my books I wanted to write, and I had worked, trained, and got certified to get where I was. And now it was all slipping away. I thought about all the people that I wanted to help, like today, and all the lives I wanted to impact. I couldn't leave this world with so much unfinished business. I thought, how am I supposed to do any of this when I don't even have a voice? I thought back to my youth and all that I had been through. And honestly, for that split moment, I thought, why am I having to go through this after everything that I had already been through? You see, as a child, I contracted pneumonia and had a 105 fever, and I was rushed to a hospital. A couple years later, my mom accidentally spilled hot soup on my head, and I got rushed to the hospital again with second-degree burns. A year later, I was standing in an entrance of a church when a hand reached down for mine and instinctively reached back. However, as my parents approached, my hand dropped and he vanished, leaving me perplexed. It wasn't until we were in the car and I glanced out the rearview mirror, or actually the window, that I saw him again. And at that moment, I asked my parents, did you know Jesus wasn't white? They just shrugged and kind of looked at each other. Now, fast forward to my freshman year. And by the way, this is the first time I'm actually opening up publicly about this. Recalling this harrowing experience when a senior acquaintance offered me a ride home, a gesture I eagerly accepted. Little did I know, this small decision made such a traumatic ordeal. All the way claimed he needed to pick up another acquaintance from work, someone I vaguely knew. The situation took a horrific turn about 800 miles from my home, as one of them sexually assaulted me while the other one raped me, the driver just watching. In shock and disbelief, I pleaded to be dropped off elsewhere, hiding the ordeal from my family out of fear and for blame. I confided in my best friend. It wasn't until the assailant's girlfriend noticed the suspicious behavior, including blood stains on his hands, that she realized the truth. But it was never revealed publicly, but she was smart enough to leave. And despite the anguish and the scars, I refused to let this experience define me. I found strength and resilience, and this would never happen again. I healed by myself, but I would not recommend that. So please find help if needed. At the age of 15, I started modeling, and I was thrilled to be featured in Teen Magazine. But my joy was abruptly shattered by a jealous peer who attacked me and pushed me into a bus, where I laid unconscious on the ground. As my body lay there, I experienced a surreal moment where I felt myself floating above and observing the scene below. I was surrounded by bright white light, and I heard a voice reassuring me that it wasn't my time. And then suddenly I was back in my body. The aftermath left me with a fractured skull, black eyes, a busted nose, and even a displaced tooth. But the experience left an incredible mark on my understanding of life and mortality. At the age of 36, I dubbed my health issues Battle of the Decades. Enduring meningitis at 19 and 24, grappling with paralysis twice by the time I turned 30, and at 33, I was diagnosed with Graves' disease, which is an autoimmune disorder. And I also got a sleep disorder added to my challenges. Determined not to be defined by my illnesses, I resolved to make my 40s the healthiest and best years. However, at 44, a bombshell revelation shattered my world. At 44 years old, a man I believe that was my dad, my biological dad, was not. The truth is, my mother had concealed and took to her grave in 2012. And I found out in 2018, thanks to Ancestry. Despite this revelation and ensuing family issues, I refused to surrender, ultimately forging a relationship with my biological father and blessed amidst the turmoil. Reflecting on all those trials I faced, I've come to realize that through it all, Jesus has always been by my side, holding my hand, whether it was navigating through moments of darkness or finding strength in times of adversity. His presence has been a constant source of comfort and guidance in moments of doubt or fear. I now find solace in knowing that I'm never alone, for his love and protection are ever present, guiding me through life's journey. As soon as I had awakened from life support, I found out that my husband and son repaired their relationship. My daughter moved her wedding to the following year, and I was also blessed to become a Nona that same year. So all three of my prayers came true. How amazing and a blessing is that? My road to recovery with a newfound determination, I embarked on a journey of healing, recognizing that true wellness begins from within. I took a deep dive into the understanding of intricate workings of my body. Epigenetic testing revealed invaluable insight into my genetic makeup, guiding me towards tailored solutions for optimal health. I received empowerment through my knowledge. Did you know that your gut is considered your second brain? Have you ever heard of a leaky gut? This revelation led me to prioritize my gut health as the cornerstone of recovery. Armed with knowledge and personalized wellness plan, I took charge of my health like never before. Epigenetic testing provides valuable insight into how factors such as diet, exercise, stress management, and sleep patterns can impact gene expression and overall well-being by tailoring wellness strategies based on individual epigenetic profiles. Women can optimize their health and potentially prevent or manage various health conditions more effectively. These made for you by you supplements take the guesswork out of it, which they're right there. And I also have a plant-based nutrition, which is digestive enzymes and supplements to turn sugar into fiber. How amazing is that? So turning my setbacks into strength, recovery was not just about physical rehabilitation. It was about reclaiming my voice and purpose. Despite the setbacks, I refused to let go of my dreams. I made a pact with myself to give it my all and to rebuild what it means to me to live a life to the fullest. Embracing purposeful living out of adversity emerged Live Life Full Force. It's my platform dedicated to empowering women to embrace resilience, wellness, and purposeful living. Through tailored programs and personalized support, empowered individuals to align their actions with their values and goals, igniting a passion for their life. Living life full force means your health and well-being is the most important, and I mean important thing that your attention needs while fearlessly pursuing your passions. It's about embracing every opportunity with an open heart, saying yes to what brings you joy, and confidently saying no to what doesn't align with your values or desires. It's a commitment to living authentically, wholeheartedly, and without hesitation, allowing you to thrive and become the best version of yourself. The power of saying yes is the pursuit of our dreams. We often overlook the importance of making our health and well-being a priority, yet without the capacity to impact diminishes. Today, I urge you to say yes to yourself and take a bold leap toward the life of fulfillment and abundance. Identify your values, setting meaningful goals, activities, cultivate relationships, practice gratitude, and make a difference in your community. Yearning to live life on your own terms is a powerful catalyst for personal growth and fulfillment. Embracing this desire means embracing authenticity and taking ownership of your choices. It's about breaking free from society's expectations and embracing the unique path that resonates with your passions, values, aspirations. Whether it's pursuing a career that ignites your soul, or cultivating meaningful relationships, or exploring new adventures, living life on your own terms empowers you to shape your reality and create a life that you truly reflects who you are to your core. I am here today as living proof that resilience knows no bounds. Through adversity, we discover our strengths. Through wellness, we nurture our potential. And through purposeful living, we ignite our inner fire. I don't have a cookie cutter approach. I have a kick-ass approach. So I invite you to join me on this journey to embrace resilience, wellness, and purposeful living together with unwaveringly determination and a resilient spirit. I surmounted numerous hurdles in my own journey. Each one is a testament to my inner strength and determination. Empowered by these experiences, I am driven by the profound belief that I can extend a guiding hand to others facing their own trials, whether offering a listening ear, providing practical advice, or simply being a source of encouragement. I stand ready to lend support and support others to overcome adversity through shared empathy and general compassion. I aim to illuminate the path forward, showing that no challenge is you just no challenge. You need support from your community. It's time to live life full force. You can find me on Facebook. You can find me on Instagram, LinkedIn. I'm Jodie Andrea Ruano. Book a 23-minute strategy call with me, and we can find out if my program is a fit for you. I have a free PDF, actionable steps in the comments, so you can learn how to live your life full force. If you want to hear more about epigenetic testing, plant-based nutrition, have a conversation, I would love to have that with you. I'm also finally in book that launches August 17th as a co-author, and I also am in Spiritual Fitness Warrior 5th edition and Self-Empowerment Reset Forgiveness is for me, not for them. So keep a lookout for those and have a blessed day. And thank you, Mary Ann, for this event. I really appreciate it. And is there any comments that I could possibly help if there's any that came in?
I don't see any questions right now. Thank you so much. We heard most of that. So I'm going to ask you to put your information, go onto my Facebook page, and underneath the comments, put it and post it a few times so people can see it. I want to make sure that they
that's a bummer. I don't know what's going on.
It's something with your microphone. It was just the sound, and it caught you when you were like this. But anyways, so we'll talk about that later. Thank you so much, Jodie. That was wonderful.
All right.
Now we move on to our next speaker. Jodie's going to post her information on the in the chat on my Facebook, so please go in there. And our next speaker is Marissa Gertie. She has a surprise for us. I know what it is, but it's a surprise for you. And it's going to be very interesting. So I'm just going to say, Spanish-speaking people, pay attention. Take it away, Marissa.
Thank you so very much. Happy International Women's Day. Happy Women's History Month. I want to give this message in my first and second language, Spanish and English, so that this is truly an international message. And it's going to be about continuing. We must continue. Again, we must continue to be the example for those that are here now, but also to those that are coming up behind us. We must continue to work collectively to make our presence known in the still remaining places that desire we be silent. We must use our voices and help others to find theirs. We have to build our own tables as a result of all of us not being allowed to sit at so many. We have to encourage and develop those around us. We have to continue to nurture those positive relationships for our mutual benefit. We must continue to fight for the right to decide what we want to do with our bodies and our health in all aspects of it. We must continue to fight so that for what we want to say to be listened to and not just heard. We must continue to fight to be communicated with in a language that we understand. We must continue to fight to demand the preservation and respect for our distinct cultures. We must continue to fight for the right to love who we want to love. We must continue to fight and support those in office that understand our needs as women. We must continue to fight for quality and equitable education, regardless of our socioeconomic status. We must continue to take up space in places that for generations had wanted us to remain silent and barely be seen. We must continue to be present. We must continue to protect those of us that have reached incredible heights of power that is now being attacked by those that are afraid of the powers that woman possesses as a result of her hard work and sacrifice. We are mothers, grandmothers, daughters, sisters, nieces, aunts, besties, wives, lovers. We are also stay-at-home moms, caretakers, homemakers, teachers, doctors, lawyers, executives, nurses, entrepreneurs, executives, activists, speakers, and authors. We wear many hats in these roles. We must also take a moment to be still, be calm, be recharged, be loved and supported. If you are in a difficult moment in your life, whether it's personal or professional, continue to move forward. Continue to fight for your peace. Continue to fight for your safety. Continue for your happiness. Finally, we must continue to honor our past, present, and future powerful and amazing women. Este mes es el mes de la historia de la mujer. Hoy es el Día Internacional de la Mujer. Quiero dar este mensaje en mi primer y segundo idioma, español e inglés, para que este sea realmente un mensaje internacional. Debemos continuar, nuevamente, debemos continuar. Seguir siendo el ejemplo para los que se están aquí ahora, pero también los que vienen detrás de nosotros. Debemos seguir trabajando colectivamente para dar a conocer nuestra presencia en los lugares que aún quedan y que desean que guardemos silencio. Debemos usar nuestras voces y ayudar a otros a encontrar la suya. Tenemos que construir nuestras propias mesas como resultado de que no nos permitieron sentarnos en tantas. Tenemos que animar y desarrollar a quienes nos rodean. Tenemos que seguir fomentando esas relaciones positivas para nuestro beneficio mutuo. Debemos seguir luchando por el derecho a decidir qué queremos hacer con nuestro cuerpo y nuestra salud en todos los aspectos del mismo. Hay que seguir luchando para que lo que queremos decir sea escuchado y entendido. Debemos seguir luchando para que nos comuniquemos en un idioma para que se comunique con nosotros en un idioma que podemos entender. Debemos seguir luchando para exigir la preservación y el respeto de nuestras distintas culturas. Debemos seguir luchando por el derecho de amar a quien queremos amar. Debemos seguir luchando por una educación de calidad y equitativa, independiente de nuestro estatus socioeconómico. Debemos seguir luchando y apoyando a quienes ocupan cargos públicos y entienden nuestras necesidades como mujeres. Debemos seguir ocupando espacio en lugares que durante generaciones han querido que permanezcamos en silencio y que apenas nos vean. Debemos seguir estando presentes. Debemos seguir protegiendo a aquellos de nosotros que hemos alcanzado increíbles alturas de poder. Eso ahora está siendo atacado por aquellos que temen los poderes que ahora posee esa mujer como resultado de su arduo trabajo y sacrificio. Somos madres, abuelas, hijas, hermanas, sobrinas, tías, mejores amigas, esposas, amantes. También somos amas de casa, cuidadoras de niños, maestras, médicas, abogadas, ejecutivas, enfermeras, empresarias, defensoras, oradoras y autoras. Desempeñamos muchos roles. También debemos tomarnos un tiempo y estar quietas, estar tranquilas, recargándonos, ser amadas y apoyadas. Si este es un momento difícil en su vida, ya sea personal o profesional, continúe avanzando, continúe luchando por su paz, continúa luchando por su seguridad y continúa por su felicidad. Finalmente, debemos continuar honrando a nuestras mujeres poderosas del pasado, del presente y del futuro. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay, muchas gracias. First of all, who other than me here thinks that Marissa should run for office somewhere?
Right? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, just do it, Marissa. Get it over with and just go do it.
Turning my camera on to show my hand.
My Aquarius. My Aquarius sister responded in the first, 3 seconds that we spoke.
Yes. Yes.
So amazing. Holy moly. I don't even know what you said. The girls in the chat are going, oh my God, I'm getting chills. I go, me too. And I don't even know what she's saying.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I mean, this
energy.
This, I appreciate this so much, especially this month. I mean, women have to be celebrated.
This is our thing, right? This is our
always. Yes. Yes. For too long, we've been quiet. And I mean, I'm taking up space, and I'm taking up spaces whether people like it or not. So unless they're going to call security to have me escorted out of the building or out of the space, I'm going to take up space as a woman, as a mother, as an advocate, as a public speaker. I'm going to do it. It has to be done.
I think you should run for office.
Oh my gosh.
Do it. Do it. What state are you in again, Marissa?
I am Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm Brooklyn born, Jersey raised, living life in Philly. I'm a Gigi. I'm a grandma of 2, of a 4-year-old and a 6-month-old. I'm a mother of 5. I'm a wife, sister, aunt, cousin, all around vocero del pueblo, because when something needs to be said in my community, I say it. I have to say it. I am a proud member of BOMB, Connected Leaders Academy. I am also a very, very proud member of Greater Philadelphia LULAC, chapter number 210. And we're all about helping those that are coming up behind us and getting their educational needs met, whether it be traditional college or trade school or entrepreneurship. I am here. I added in the chat my communication. I have a podcast looped in with Marissa. I've been afforded many opportunities, but I've also been the recipient of a lot of misunderstanding and miscommunication by women. So it is very important that when we find our circle, our tribe, that we cherish it, that we nurture it, that we honor it, that we keep it going. Because I tell you that, you know, many of us have had experiences in our careers and personally where people that we thought had our backs did not. And I've always been the type of person that, you know, I've received quite a few lumps in my 53 years, but I've learned from each and every single one of them. And I honor and appreciate and hold dear those that are there for me, just like I'm there for them. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak.
Amazing. I don't even want to host this anymore. I think you should just take over. Oh, that's not true. I do want to host. Maritza, you're absolutely amazing. I just want to say Maritza was on my last summit, and she was on a cruise at a conference. If for those of you who have never been on a cruise, it is difficult to find internet there. It really is. Like, you have to literally walk around and hope for the best. That's kind of it's hope internet. And so she found it and she made it happen. Like, there's your go-getter professional person who makes it happen no matter what. Absolutely amazing. If you're still around, we're going to be talking about APL Go, because I know you took some, you bought some product and you tried it and you had some really great results. So we are just going to automatically segue right into APL Go. We're going to bring Julia on. So we're going to go onto gallery. I believe Julia is here with me. Oh, she's talking to someone. So you know what? That's great. So APL Go is a product. So this is all about empowering women. So we're going to do the supplements as well, because I think that is also equally as important. And oh, Julia's done now, so I'm going to let her take over. And so there's a number of us here that have taken these products, and basically we just want to tell you about them a little bit. And it's more about the testimonials and how we can make you feel better. I take them because I want to age backwards. I am now officially 62 years old as of a few weeks ago, and I don't feel it. I don't think I look it. I usually get much less, and I love it. And I really want to just spread this throughout the world. Did you get that? I want to spread it throughout the world. Spread it. And this is the skincare of our line as well. It is available in the US right now, but it will be available in Canada later this year. So it's not quite yet available, but I do like the background and it goes right in with my colors. So I love this poster because I love the actual product, because it's also, not only is it 100% natural with amazing ingredients put together by our founder's wife, who got pregnant and wanted to have a very clean skincare line and couldn't find any, so she made her own. And so here we are, and they're all bottled in a Venetian glass, which is amazing, right? Because you want to put a high vibe product into a high vibe container, and what better than Venetian glass with the Murano company and everything. So with that, I'm going to pass this along to Julia over here. Julia.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Happy International Women's Day. I'm so excited to be here. You know, honestly, Marianne, you are a true international woman and you really celebrate all of us. But I don't think any of us can thank you enough for this platform that you give us, opportunity to speak. Your heart is so open and so generous. And thank you for that so much. It's just been incredible getting to know you and love you and call you a sister. You know, I'm from an all-girl family, so all sisters. So specifically talking about our product, specifically about APL Go, the name itself doesn't say a whole lot, does it? It isn't really informative in any way, shape, or form, because it's kind of a manufacturing company. It kind of reminds me as if I were to say I rep for Johnson and Johnson. You know, they're a manufacturer. They're not really like, it isn't really the product. The product itself are these amazing rapid DNA drops. Now, what makes me think about this is I've this past week I've met so many significant women who are eating healthy or juicing or embracing more health, embracing more of a healthy living and a healthy lifestyle, okay? Healthy mindset, healthy body. And I talked to one particular woman and she was saying, well, I juice, you know, all the things she does. And I said, you know, I don't know what you'll feel from our product because you're already resonating at such a high frequency. She's already so super duper healthy. So there were two thoughts that came to mind with me and with this woman. The first was, this is a better mousetrap. Have you ever heard that expression? This is a better mousetrap. So in other words, you could do pills and shakes and gels and jellies and bars and injections and all the things. And that's what my personal experience has been. Absolutely every form of possible nutrition, including IV therapy and injections, to try to get nutrition into my body. It's like my body just doesn't want it, pushing it away all the time. So when a friend of mine brought me this candy, quote unquote candy, it's actually like a lozenge. They're very pretty, very, very pretty. The colors are so lovely. Here they are. Colors are so lovely, about the size of my fingernail. Go in your mouth, suck on them, just like you would a lollipop or a Jolly Rancher or something like that, with intense, delicious flavor. That as opposed to what I used to use, which was something specifically made based on my DNA and something that for my personal body did not work. And that was because the actual ingredients themselves were not digestible by me. They were not digestible. I could not get them down. So finding something that was working with my body has been remarkable. And you want to talk about aging backward. I'm telling you, I am aging backward. My hair is growing. My skin is changing. My mood, my eyes are brighter. I mean, I just feel so much better. But if you had tried to tell me in July of 2020, when I was in the middle of a health crisis, mind you, I had a emergency gallbladder removal. Okay. If you had told me during that health crisis that now I would be walking 5 miles a day and feeling this good and hair down to my waist and staying up late at night, I would have laughed you off the face of the planet. I would have said, you have lost your mind. That's never going to happen. I feel better today than I did when I was in my 20s. And that's not a joke. That is a real fact. In my 20s, I certainly wasn't doing what I'm doing now. I certainly didn't feel this passionate and fulfilled. And from all that, it speaks back to what Marissa said. It speaks back to, I was listening to Lori this morning, and I was listening to, my mind is blanking on the lady that was before Marissa, but Jodie. But I was listening to these women who are living these fulfilling, rich, vibrant lives. And there was a time where I didn't think that was going to happen for me. But the better you feel about yourself. And then you're able to go spread the word. So I thank you for letting me share my thoughts. And I love you, Marianne and Tammy, and all of you other beautiful women who are here today. Celebrate this day, lift yourself up, do some self-care. I know Marianne would celebrate that for me. And I will see you guys next time. Love you.
Thank you so much, Julia. She is like crazy busy today, of course, and thank you so much for taking the time to come join us. Yes, we're all associates here, I think almost all of us. Yara has an event she has to run to, so we're going to let her go next with her little testimonial. Yara, take it away.
Thank you so much, Marianne. So yes, I actually became an associate recently, which I'm excited about. Thank you, Marianne, for pushing me to doing that. But before I became an associate, I've been using the product since late last year, and it has been nothing but amazing. I started with the metabolic reset, which I did 2 times, and that resets your body. You know, before it's recommended before you start any other the other regimen or routine. So it is great. But now I'm consistently taking the MLS, which targets and supports the digestive system. I have always suffered from constipation since like as far as I can remember, and that has really helped in regulating my digestive system. It makes me a little bit more regular, and TMI here, but we'll be transparent, right? The PFT, Tommy, I see you laughing. PFT is great for the weight loss. And because we always criticize our weight, that we need to lose weight, look good and whatnot. So the PFT is great for weight loss because it reduces the cravings to sweet and it reduces the appetite. So that's the other one that I'm taking. And I'm also taking the Burn, it works on the cognitive function and focus and concentration. And with the history of Alzheimer's in my family, that is one of those that I will take forever. Because I don't want to go through what I've seen some of my family members go through. So I'll do whatever it takes to avoid or minimize or whatnot. So those are the three that I'm taking more now consistently month to month after I did the metabolic reset. And I recently started the what is it? The beauty products. About 2 weeks ago, I have the milk lotion, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marianne, if I'm saying it wrong. I have the eye cream and I have the spray. I forgot what's the name of the spray, but that one I have not started yet. But the eye cream, for the little wrinkles and stuff, I recommend it, and they smell so good. So yes, just go for it.
Yes, beautiful. The eye
Thank
cream
you.
has malachite in it. So I don't know if everyone understands what malachite is. It's an actual crystal, a natural crystal. So to have malachite, that is one of the highest vibration rocks out there. So to have that inside the actual product, how amazing is that, right? Yara, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, ladies. I'll be leaving now. Have a good one.
Thank you so much for that. She was speaking about PFT, so this is not only just the weight loss one, but it actually helps with visceral fat specifically, because visceral fat is the one that wraps itself. So earlier we heard from Linda about the visceral fat that wraps itself around the organs and creates all kinds of metabolic issues. So what does that mean? It means that it'll wrap itself around your liver and your liver will slow down, and your liver processes hormones. So do you think it's going to process all of your hormones properly? No. So let's talk a little bit about hormones, right? Because that's kind of what us women tend to suffer from. So that's why I kind of brought out the power for women. So this helps with balance. It also helps to actually balance your actual hormones. So if you still have that time of the month that comes around, well, then this will help you with any cramping. And if you're already in menopause, like I am, it will help tone down those hot flashes. I'm not kidding. Like I've had these little puppies around for almost 10 years. I've been in menopause, and sometimes, they just don't go away, but this definitely helps me manage it. I think this is a great product for menopause because as your hormones fluctuate, I think maybe a little bit of your personality fluctuates a tiny bit. This helps. This helps. This, of course, will be the visceral fat, which also comes with menopause, and the brain fog that comes with menopause. So this is what Yara called Burn because it's BRN. It actually signifies brain, so it helps you to focus. So I just wanted to bring a few products there. The liver support also, which helps balance out the hormones. There's many more products. I just wanted to add this because I do think that supplementation is hugely important, because our soils are simply not what they once were. And so we're missing a lot of nutrients. And this is one way of getting them back. And what better than a candy that tastes good? It's easy to take. If you don't want to have it inside of your mouth and you don't want to suck on the candy, you can also swallow it if you have to, or you can dissolve it in water. But it does not taste bad. It tastes great and it doesn't get stuck in your throat like other things do. When you take some of those big giant supplements that are huge and you got to take like a gallon of water with them, yeah, that's the one that gets stuck in your throat. So you know what? They're amazing. And I'm just going to mention this one because it helps take down inflammation. Once you take down inflammation, you can pretty much heal anything. This helps. So now we're going to go on to Tammy. Tammy, did you want to tell us a little about yourself and then about the product?
Yes, that's amazing. First of all, let me say thank you so much, Marianne. You are a champion of people, but it's fitting to have this event that you put on to champion women. You totally believe that every woman at every level should be empowered, should be cheered for, and should actually be heard. And so thank you so very much for everything that you're doing for all of us. I'm so proud again to be a part of this. You know, a little bit about me. I worked in the publishing space for many years, selling advertising to people that didn't believe in advertising. And that allowed me to learn different skills on how to attract website visitors, to turn a compelling email into a response. And I've been able to build up on that skill space to actually allow me to work with companies and businesses who want to know how they too can get the traction that they want. I assess a lot of websites and I'm helping with their marketing. So, and then it's interesting because when we think about International Women's Day, and you can tell by looking at me, I don't look exactly like Marianne, but someone that looks different can still succeed. And my heart is pulled towards women for many, many reasons. One of the biggest reasons is because we've been lost. You know, there's an old boys club, but we're bringing back the women club where collaboration is key. And when you have a job in sales, especially sales, you are expected to compete with everyone in the company. And so I love this space of women who are aspiring to inspire, that we can actually work together and collaborate, get out of the competitive mindset. There's enough out there for everyone. And it's pulled me into different directions. One thing I want to say, we have to start having these deep conversations about money. We don't have enough. We need more, what our real situation is. And also so we don't get lost and we leave no woman behind. So I am proud to say that through the connections I've had with people, I've been learning so much about real estate. I have my own group. I'm the founder of Women Champion in Real Estate. It's a group for people to learn from other people who are doing the things they would like to do. Also Crypto Smart Chicks, which is on cryptocurrency. And I know people say all bad things about cryptocurrency, but it's not about the currency. It's about the blockchain technology behind it. And when the internet came out, people were thinking, oh, who's going to do an e-transfer? You know, I'm going to go to a bank machine and take cash out. I'm going to deposit my check and look where we are. So the main point I want to stress to people who are out there is we really don't want anyone left behind. Who wants to be a Smith Corona? I don't. I don't want to be the big PC that was on the computer. They were good, but the tablet and our cell phones, look at this. I'm in my freaking car right now. It's a PA day, and I'm actually on a live stream with Facebook because of internet. And so people didn't think this was going to be real as well, but here it is real. So if people want to learn about cryptocurrency, I invite you to reach out to me separately. It's important that you have a trusted source. There's lots of things out there. Everything, listen, nothing is perfect. Marian, you know this. There's scams all over the place. But I'm a reliable source who's made money in it and lost money. But guess what I do know? I know some mistakes that I can share. And I'm actually have a group of people that's a paid group and also a free group so that we make sure that no woman is, it doesn't matter if you want to be a part of it or not, it's happening. And the reason I talk about the publishing is because I've seen firsthand how the internet was changing, how people look for information, how people want things for free, how people were buying things online. You know, Amazon, that little company that started how many years ago? The guy was selling, you know, books, is that guy? And now he's got the largest online store. A lot of people said it wasn't going to work, but it's working. So the technology behind it, where you have an IBM, where you have a Home Depot that's jumping onto it, it's something for us to learn. But the APL Go is what I want to refer to right now, is because if it wasn't for Marianne, I would have never known about these products. And I don't know about y'all, Marianne, you can see, look at this face. And so I show this because I love SLD. I had no idea that it was going to decrease the puffiness. And I'm getting a root canal next week. The side of my cheek is really swollen. A lot of people say it isn't, but I can see it. But because I have SLD, you can't see it as much. And so one of my two of my favorite products is SLD, inflammation. Just using this alone with GRW, which was the best immune system booster, won an award. I was able to reduce 6 inches around my neck area. And I was so astonished by that. I started to take everything out. And Norm is my best friend. Listen, I love nachos, cheese, chips, fettuccine, you name it. And now I have it guilt-free because this here helps to regulate the sugars. Everyone knows that carbs turns to sugars. And so because you mentioned these to me, gave me some to try, I definitely have felt the difference for myself personally and also other people I know. My son loves Relax. It helps him not feel as anxious. He has a better sleep. He's waking up before me in the morning. And that was never happened. I was waking him up even with an alarm clock. So I am so happy to be a part of this because so much women we reach out to, and I'm guilty of this, making breakfast for everybody else, putting everyone's lunch together, and forgetting about myself. So these supplements have really helped me to keep myself on my own to-do list. And at the same time, I'm sharing with other women. Marianne and other people on here, you guys know how much women who are making lots of money, they have been creating wealth for themselves, but they have not spent that much attention on their health. I'm so proud to be a part of APL Go, which is the movement. And it's a walk where you walk the talk and make health your true wealth. Who wants to spend years building wealth only to get to a certain point on that side of it and then have to take that wealth to now create a better health? It can't be done. We have to start from the very beginning. And Marianne, you touched on a really big point, and so the other ladies, talking about why would you take a supplement? You can eat all these fruits and vegetables. No, you can't eat that many fruits and vegetables to support your body. Thank God for APL Go, because this is straight to the cell nutrition. And we have read over and over again the training that we have gotten from APL Go to tell us how our soul has depleted. We'd have to take 50 oranges to get the vitamin C that we are supposed to have per day. What was something, but in 1950s, I think it was, or 1902, whatever, to now, that's crazy. So this is the best companion. And I'm so proud, Marianne, for your leadership, Julia's leadership, and just to be around. I've been listening to the calls this morning. Everyone, oh my gosh, I had to connect with everybody that's here because I learned so much again. And I'm just so proud to be able to say that I'm a part of this. She speaks. It's fantastic. You have to mute me. I have to get off anyways.
She speaks because she speaks. The end. It's about time she speaks, right? So I think we lost Marissa. I think she had an interview. I didn't realize she had someone right after, and I know
Right.
Thank you so much, Tammy. I just want to say the two that Tammy used. I know you showed the SLD. I don't know if you showed the grow.
Oh, so yeah, I have it here. It fell on the floor. I'm in my car.
It's okay. Yeah, we can see two of you guys did it from the card today. I love it. Two of you lead. There's something, guys. So these are the two that Tammy used before she even got to any kind of PFT weight loss, and she did it. So this one here eliminates inflammation. Once you eliminate that inflammation, it's so easy to drop the weight because that's half the battle. Everything is inflammation. If you have an issue, you have inflammation. We all have. So anyways, that's just a little on that one. And I'm so sorry that Marissa couldn't make it because she too was using this. So she's relatively new to it, and she ordered the Relax, and she's got a lot of energy, so it's tough to go to sleep sometimes and relax. She just left me a quick message. She said, "Oh my gosh, those things really work."
Yeah.
I go, "Did you get it?" And she goes, "Yeah, it came yesterday. I just took one. They really work." She goes, "I finally slept and So that's all I know. I don't know what else she felt. I was hoping she would share, but it's all, you know what, we're all crazy busy, and so this is how it rolls. Yes.
And the metabolic reset. You told me about metabolic reset to get my things on order, and PFT, which I did as well, and I have to get some more. And just from that alone, I'm shopping back in my closet again. Things are a size 10, size 12. I'm buttoning up shirts I couldn't button up. So I'm reduced like at least 20 something inches off my entire body. It might be 31 by now. Yeah. So this is, I mean, in my face, it's like, that's the first place you see it is my face and my neck.
It's amazing.
You know, and I feel great. I feel great. So this is amazing. And they taste delicious. I'm actually probably guilty of eating like a lot of them. When I should probably just have one or two. I just have a lot of them.
That's okay. That's the NRM she just held up backwards. So the NRM, it will help with blood sugar it helps with balancing your blood sugar, but it also helps with cravings for sweets, and not just sweets, but junk. So that includes alcohol, that includes all of our nasty habits, so that we like to consume that way. I don't think smoking, or maybe it does work for smoking. I don't know. I don't think so. I have something else that we use for people who want to quit smoking. And so super amazing. And also the other thing is, because we all, like, there's so many of us that will suffer from anxiety, that will suffer from just anything, just can't turn off the head just because they're thinking all the time, you know, and it doesn't have to be a terrible thing. It's just hard to get to sleep sometimes, right? So the Relax will absolutely help you. I know Julia found relief with this. And the other thing I just want to mention, because Tammy did mention, we cannot get the nutrients we're looking for from our foods anymore, because sometimes there's allergies, because there's so much toxicity in our soil. Allergies will develop easier. And so I know I can share this, Julia won't mind. She suffers from a great deal of allergies. And the reason she can take these products is because they're made from the DNA of the plant, if there's orange in here, she can handle it, but she can't eat an orange. So that's the difference. And so because they are made from the DNA of the plant, they are 100% absorbable, and they are infused with negative ions, which is a Nikola Tesla technology. And it's very, very healing. I even have a device that I use for when I do energy healing on people that also emits negative ions. So you can't go wrong with these things. So we're still gonna hear a few, thank you so much, Tammy. Oh, and she almost left. So thank you so much, Tammy. And now we have more people in the car. We have more people in the car. We're gonna first hear a testimonial from Wanita, and then she's going to speak. Then we're gonna go to Amanda, who is also here. She's gonna give us a testimonial, and then we'll hear from Wanita again. Then she'll actually do a full talk. So hi, Wanita. Thank you so much for joining us from the car. You look great. I should put my hat on. Here.
Thank you so much, ladies. Oh yeah.
There, now we can both have hats. Go ahead, honey. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Bring it closer. Can't hear you. Oh, there you are. Now we can hear you.
Hear me? Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Happy Women's Day, ladies. I know you're rocking it behind the scenes. I know often we do a lot of things that we don't even notice. But we are here to talk about APL Go at the moment. We're going to get into that a little bit later. I was introduced to the APL Go products last year by Marianne, and I'm a very busy person. I'm someone that's always multitasking. I have a full life. I have 2 children that I raise. I'm a martial artist, and I'm an entrepreneur. I also run a business. And at that point in time, I was still very involved in the ministry, and that's a 24/7 job, as you guys know. So Marianne started talking to me about the APL Go products, and I made a list of those that I've been on. Marianne has sent me so many. They've all been wonderful. I'm going to read down my list and explain what they do and the effect that they had on me. I've used GTS before, and that's for energy and vitality. And the reason I used that was because I literally had 25-hour days. I live in South Africa. I'm currently in Texas, but I used to, when I was in South Africa, that time of work Eastern Standard Hours, which means my day and my night was swapped around. So GTS really helped me to get through my day. I use Power, PWR for nutrition, to build myself up, to make sure that I was in the right healthy state that I need to be, to do all the things that are expected of me. I used GRW, which is very good for your immune system, guys. You're always in the hospital doing hospital visitation. You're always and that really boosted my immune system. Some of these products I still use on a daily basis. I also use SLD because it's good for my skeletal health. Being a martial artist, you know, I have to do a lot of body conditioning. I have to do a lot of
Oh, okay, then more technology issues. Oh, there she is. Excellent. Go for it. Continue. You need to bring the phone a lot closer. I don't think we can't hear you and you're freezing. Oh dear. Okay then. Oh, there she is. You are. Can you bring the phone a little closer so we can hear you and see if that helps? Yeah. Okay, there you are. Sort of moving. Okay, I think. Oh, yeah, it's just on slow motion. I will leave you a message in Messenger. I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, there you are. Okay, very good. I think for the talk, you're going to have to bring it closer, and I don't know if you're going to be able to be driving at the same time. I think she is, Wanita is out in, I believe, Texas somewhere, and they're driving, and there's bad weather, and it's just, it's rough. So thank you, honey. Okay, Amanda. We will bring Amanda on for the next testimonial. Amanda is relatively new to the APL Go group, but she has some wonderful testimonials. So go for it, Amanda.
Hello, thanks Marianne for having me here. So I've been on APL Go now for, I think, maybe about 2 months. It's been a little while, and I've personally had a really good experience with it. I've talked about the Power Apricot before and how I've been going through perimenopausal and how that's been really successful for me with decreasing the night sweats and just my overall mood and all of those kinds of things that I've talked about before. But most recently, I've discovered a new little formula that I've been taking every day that's really helped me out a lot. And that is the SLD and the STP. And I've been taking it for pain and inflammation. So many people know, like I had a car accident, very, very serious one many years ago. So I constantly was suffering with pain and inflammation. And so I've tried many, many different things, and I've just had a lot of struggle with committing to certain things like medications, diets, all of those things. So this was actually really beneficial for me because it's literally just a candy. I take it everywhere. I actually just take my little bag with me when I leave the house, and I've had a lot of really great success with it. The other day was a perfect example of this. I woke up, I had the worst back pain ever. I was having issues with my feminine cycle, and so just not feeling good at all. Normally I would reach for a Tylenol or Advil bottle, but lately I haven't had to do that. And I actually took the STP and the SLD, and within a couple hours I was feeling really good. As the day progressed, I just got better and better and better. And that's something that I take regularly. And so the next day I was actually outside shoveling big heavy piles of sand to fix my driveway. So I really, really have enjoyed the product a lot, and I've noticed my skin and my hair and just my overall digestion is so much better as well. I have not had heartburn in a few weeks, and it's been awesome. I even ate red sauce and I didn't get heartburn, so that was kind of something that was awesome. Because normally I would be really, really unwell from having anything with tomato. And so I've been able to kind of have a lot more better of experience and overall quality of life. I just feel more energized. I just feel better about myself, and I feel that I'm actually meeting my health goals, because this is something so easy that I've just been able to commit to, because it's not time consuming. It's not like you have to follow this diet and do those things, because that just doesn't work for me. I have a very busy life because I'm a mom with 3 kids. So this has actually been amazing for me, because it's just, I can take it anywhere. So yeah, I've had a really great experience with it, and I've had amazing experience with the leaders that I've been surrounded by, and just the overwhelming support and knowledge that the APL Go family brings forth. And just, they are very supportive all the time, and they've honestly helped me immensely, given me the resources and the tools and the confidence to do this. But the best part is that I'm actually getting results from it. And that to me was huge, because I've been working on this for, like I said, on my health and wellness journey since my accident. So it's been a decade of trying to find things that actually work for me. And so this actually has changed my life. And honestly, I couldn't ask for a much easier way to do that, by just literally eating a piece of healthy candy every day. So I love APL Go. I love the people from APL Go. We are very supportive of one another. And I just feel overall just better with my mood and my sleep and the progression that I've made. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with everybody. Thank you, Marianne, for having me. And I want to thank everybody for talking today and sharing their stories and empowering me and inspiring me as well. So I hope you guys are all having a wonderful International Women's Day. And I'm just really excited to see where this journey with APL actually goes, because I'm loving it. And it's just been so amazing for me to have these kinds of people and these kinds of results in my life. So I'm really happy with everything a lot.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that, Amanda. Yeah, she was, when we were talking, there was all these things, and you know, sometimes when you ask people, tell me about your issues so I know which products to recommend, and they're like, oh no, I don't have any issues. And and then when we talk some more, then there's like all these issues. We all have issues. Issues are in our tissues. That was a cute little joke. And you know what? It's okay, because you don't even think we have 18 different products that do 18 different things. And you're bound to have at least one of them. So we have, even my team is huge. I have it scattered all throughout the world. We have South Africa. So Wanita, she's actually from South Africa, and she'll be back later because she's going to actually stop somewhere safe and speak also from, or maybe she can do it from her laptop. So we'll hear a little bit more from her later. She's from South Africa, and we have another person in South Africa, and then we have all throughout the US, and we're growing, and growing. So this is not only a really great health product for women, it's amazing for men. We have, I didn't even cover, which I should have, because all women, except I can't find my product. because I've just thought of it now, of course. And so we have two products for hair growth, and I absolutely do not know where the other product is, but we have two products for hair growth. So this one here will not only boost your immune system, but it will also help to grow your hair. Or this is what we've seen. And so many people have had new hair growth. So if your hair is thinning, this is, try it. It may work. We're not saying it does work. It's just all of us that have taken this, we've actually had this product help grow our hair. We do have another product that I can't find right now. And that particular product is excellent for hair management. And it actually helps to nurture your hair. So when I first started with menopause, this entire hair, I had like this hair here would literally crunch off. It was so dry, it would snap off, like it was so crunchy, and it would snap off and fall out. And so I had all this crazy hair falling out. And now my hair is so much more silkier. Again, if you're not in menopause yet, you might not know how that will actually dry out your hair, but it does. And also your eyes. So that's why I have drops, but that's eye drops. That's nothing to do with these products. Although this product actually helps your eyes as well. It helps to strengthen your eyes. And we do have products for men as well. And we have Power for Men, which is a lemon flavor. And the Power for Men, I use it because, first of all, we all have estrogen and testosterone in our bodies. And so we need to balance both. And the one for men, first of all, it will help men with prostate, because after the age of, let's say, roughly 45, 50, prostate starts to develop some inflammation. And so it helps greatly with that. It also is amazing for the kidneys and the bladder, which also comes with menopause. So it's good to strengthen it. I don't have any issues with it, but it's good to strengthen it. If you go pee throughout the night several times, like I used to go maybe 4, 5, 6 sometimes, and now I'm down to once, maybe 2 times, depends on, how much water I've drank the night before. And sometimes I've fallen asleep and slept through the whole night without waking up once. So it just depends. And I love it. And I wasn't using any kind of Depends. So that in itself is amazing and good to know for ladies. And on International Women's Day, we share all kinds of things to help you. It doesn't matter what it is. So we've covered a lot of this. Oh, I do want to say about this product. This is for the microbiome. And we all have parasites. And for us ladies who have dogs and pets, this product will kill off parasites. We all have extra parasites. First of all, we all have parasites. And second of all, we all have extra parasites if you have pets. And so this helps to get rid of them. And it also helps to regulate the microbiome, which helps to regulate, as we all have heard by now so many times, that it's connected to your brain, how we think, how we feel, how we act, how we speak. And it's absolutely amazing. So the products are fantastic. And also it's a really great business. And the business is so good that I've already gone on a cruise once. And that was last year. So I joined last year in December, and by February, I had already earned a cruise, an international cruise that started out in Dubai. So not just any cruise, but we went to Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Qatar, Sirban Yas Island, and then we, of course, spent a few days in Dubai. It was such an amazing trip. And I've almost have enough points for the next one. And we don't know yet exactly where that one's going. So, but it's always somewhere really amazing, somewhere fun, not your usual, and nothing wrong with a great Caribbean cruise. I've been on plenty and I will go on plenty more. They're absolutely amazing. But for us, they're very exotic and so really wonderful. And also with that, we have a great compensation package that we have. It's wonderful. I've been in many network marketing companies, and this one just happens to have it absolutely hands down has the best comp plan I have ever seen. And so if you're looking for a side hustle, side business, or you're at home, you're a mom, you've got enough, you've got your hands full, but you have some little extra time, even if you can devote an hour a day, why not? Why not to make yourself feel better, help your family to feel better, and then as well, have a little business for yourself on the side and earn some extra money. And if nothing else, at least earn the product for yourself for free. We have some really great results. I wish I could get a hold of all of these people and get them to do a testimonial for us. But it's absolutely amazing. We have such great results. I have a few friends that have diabetes, and it's really helped with their sugar. It's really helped with balancing the blood sugar. It's helped with their energy. It's helped with brain fog, all of the regular things that come along with that. I'm actually insulin resistant. So if I get stressed out or if I have a big change, sometimes if I go on a trip, that starts to show up. Otherwise, I am definitely able to manage my blood sugar with food and with supplements. But sometimes, you're traveling, sometimes there's some stress, and the stress, of course, affects my blood sugar for me anyways. And I've found this to be very, very helpful, and it gives you energy, it gives you a little bit of clarity, and it's just wonderful. And many other things. We've had such great results with fibromyalgia, with chronic fatigue, with so many issues. And so now the ladies are all trying to get online, and and now I have some time just to myself, and I'm just wondering, Wanita's she's also trying to get back on. So we have some tech issues. So we'll talk about so I just recently did a talk on how to keep a resilient mind in business. And of course, my favorite thing in the world to talk about is self-worth, self-love. Because I find self-worth, self-love to be an absolute foundation for everyone, for everything. You have to have a strong foundation to be able to build up, just like you would a building, just like a contractor would a building. And so it's imperative to work on yourself. Once you work on yourself, like if you think about everything, we're magnets, we're nothing more than magnets, right? So whatever we are is what we will attract. And so for you to be able to attract something amazing, you have to put something amazing inside of yourself, right? So that you can magnetically attract that. And isn't that a better way to live anyways? Instead of chasing after something and, running on circles. Oh, now my dog's around. And running around in circles, trying to chase this, that, or the other. Isn't it just better that you sit back and work on yourself? Because, often we think we're going to control a situation. So we work hard, we do this, we hard. Everything is so hard. And so the only thing and the only person and the only anything that you can actually control is yourself. Yourself and what you feel and what you think. So, peace of mind and also peace of heart is what we're all really aiming for. I mean, really, when you think about it, is there anyone that that is not searching for peace of mind and also peace of heart? So peace is really the number one thing that we're all searching for. And so the only way to become so peaceful is to create a resilient mind and a heart, and to learn that when people speak from wherever they are, it's from wherever they are. It's not from wherever you are. It's from wherever they are. And you have no business taking it personally, basically, is the way that it works. Cut them some slack. wish them some love, send them some love, love all over them, pray all over them, pray with them if they are willing to. But let them be who they are, and let them keep their limitations to themselves. There is no need for you to take on their limitations. If you do, the only person you have to blame is yourself. So, instead of blaming ourselves, let's just stay resilient, love yourself. Start with how you speak to yourself. I love myself. I love myself. I love myself. I am a big journaler. And so I have journals, like here's just one. I mean, they're literally all over the place. And so I, one year, decided that I needed to love myself more. And so I started journaling. I love myself. And every day I would take one page and I would write, I love myself, all over the whole page, like keep writing until, I don't know how many times, until whatever the page is. And I ended up doing this for a year and something to the tune of 3 months. And I said, I'm going to do this for at least a year. And then I just kind of kept going. And then it organically, I just completely forgot about it. So I think, I knew that one day I was just going to not do it, and it's just going to be so organic and natural. And, and so I would do 1 page minimum, but if I had a really hard day, I would write more than 1 page. One day I remember writing 13 pages and I thought, oh, that was a rough day. But you know what? It was great. And I loved it. And I have, that's just one journal, and that's just one way of learning, for you to learn how to say, I love you to yourself. There's also the mirror effect. You can also take your phone, get the camera and talk to yourself. And just say, I love myself. I love myself. I love myself. And just go look into the mirror and I love you. I love you. I love you. It's okay to do all of that. It's beautiful. The other journals that I love is gratitude journal, because as soon as you go into gratitude is a 100% going to shift that energy. Absolutely shift it in an instant. So you know what? Get yourself a gratitude journal. I think Oprah started this, but we all continued it. That's huge. And then the next journal that is a must, and it is not that common, and I would love it to be completely 100% common with everyone, is a celebratory journal. So celebrate yourself. So write down all the things that went right that day, all the things that were spectacular that day. Not just, oh, I need to fix this. I need to fix, no need to change. This is what was amazing today, and I loved it. Because the more energy you celebrate, the more there will be to celebrate. So that's another one. And again, back to the mirror talk. And for me, the biggest one is meditation. I meditate every single day. A day does not go by without me meditating. Now, I can meditate for a half an hour. I could meditate for 5 minutes, depending on, there's every once in a while, the emergencies happen and you got to go. But I don't even answer my phone or open it until I've done my morning meditation. And then throughout the day, I do various things. And then, of course, breath work in together with the meditation. And if you can take all of that and take it to the park or take it into nature, that's extra. So it's amplified with the breath work, and then it's super extra amplified with the amazing fresh air, the water, the trees, the birds, and nature, right? Because that's where the high vibrations hide. So I'm going to stop talking for now, because I see my lovely friend Wanita has entered the studio, and I want to make sure that she gets her chance to speak. So Wanita, welcome back. And hopefully your phone will work. Let's see how that works. Maybe if you bring it a little closer.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, a little bit closer. Can you bring it a little bit closer to yourself, or not so much? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on my laptop now. Am I loud and clear?
Yes, actually, now you're good. Perfect. I'm just gonna, if you could just raise the volume just a tiny smidge.
Okay, wonderful. Is that better?
That's excellent. I'm going to mute myself and take myself off screen. So you take it away and tell them all.
I will do that. Thank you so much to everyone who is tuning in here today. It is so important for our women to speak out, guys. I was an ordained pastor for many years. I was in the ministry for about 15 years, and I worked with a lot of individuals, including women, and I always empowered them to break the silence, because we go through things behind the scenes, guys. We go through a lot that we don't always have the opportunity to speak about. So today I just want to celebrate all the women who have been presenting here. I was listening in and making comments in the chat, of course, as well. You are all amazing. You own who you are, and you are making big strides out there. You are breaking down barriers, and I salute you for that. I made a post this morning and I said, celebrate yourself today. Enjoy your day and celebrate yourself. But I'm Wanita Cap from South Africa. Today I'm streaming from Texarkana. I am dressed for landscaping, guys. I'm with my fiance. We just purchased some property and we're going to do some landscaping on this beautiful day. So I'm going to be celebrating out there, and I'm going to be thinking about every single special lady that I know who has made an impact in my life. So I'm Wanita Cap. I was in the ministry for 15 years. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a public speaker. I'm an international best-selling author as well. I love being a martial artist. I've done Sharon Ru, Sharon Khan, amongst many other things for almost a decade now. And I also have the Meticulous Martial Arts Mastermind. So shout out to all the amazing members who are doing amazing things out there, really changing the world, uplifting the world through what they are doing in the martial arts. In my personal capacity, as well as my professional capacity, I'm a connector. People think of me as a connector. I like to connect people. I like to help people excel and exceed. I'm also a mediator, which means I love to turn negatives into positives. And when we vibrate at a high energy, guys, we see every problem as an opportunity to learn and grow. We see every problem or every obstacle as something that will help us to learn more about ourselves, more about about others, more about our situation. It's all about growth. So as Marianne pointed out, take those negatives and turn them into positives. Take those no's and see them as new opportunities. I'm also a manifesting generator. I love to manifest. And I have so many testimonies, personal testimonies, as well as testimonies from people that I've worked with about how powerful manifestation really is. When we start to manifest, that is when we start to break ground and when we lift that energy, because we are putting it out there into the universe. Now, in my business, I'm focused on community upliftment through leadership development. That's my passion. I love to bring upliftment. I love to assist people reach higher heights. I love to help people reach their full potential. And we have segments here about who we are and what we do today. And I have to say, I am what I do, because I decided in 2020 with COVID that I'm going to pursue my passion. So I am what I do. I am the person I want to be. I love raising that high vibration and surrounding myself with people who are like-minded, people who have the same vigor, the same drive. I love people. I love helping people. And, some of the nicknames that I've been given through the years is I'm a little firecracker. And why do I say that? Because I hold space. I raise the energy in a room. I raise that vibration, especially when I do public speaking. I go out with a mission to make sure I raise the vibration of that room. I keep the audience captivated, because we are all relishing in the empowerment of the people that are there in the learning process. Also, once, and a shout out to my friend who said that, First Anthony, he once commented that I'm a joyhologist, and that's so important, guys. When we talk energy, when we talk empowerment, what is our lives really surmounting to if we don't live with joy? So I make a decision every single morning when I get up that I'm going to live a life of joy. I'm going to make sure my day is something that I want it to be. I'm going to make sure I get those outcomes and those breakthroughs. my motivation for today is, you know, you have the power in yourself, deep within yourself. Maybe you've discovered it, maybe you haven't, maybe there's more to discover, but you have the power within yourself to be the person who you were meant to be. You have the power within yourself to reach your full potential and your destiny. You can literally do anything you put your mind to. If you decide you are going to accomplish, if you decide you are going to excel, if you decide you are going to exceed, you can do that by just deciding to do that. You have the power. I always say to people, you know, the decisions we make is the life that we live. If we make those right decisions, we are going to live that life. So make sure when you make decisions, and I'm going to talk about our inner circle for a few moments, you know, and I'm not talking in personal capacity. I'm not talking about our spouses or our boyfriends or our partners. I'm talking about the people in your inner circle. Be very selective when you put people in your inner circle. Are they people that cheer you on? Are they people that support your mission? Are they people that will connect those dots for you? Are they people that will, you know, vouch for you? Are they people that want you to do well? I think working on our inner circle is so, so important. Shine even in your darkest moments, ladies. We wear many hats. I'm wearing one hat today, but as women, we wear many hats. We are wives, we are daughters, we are sisters, we are mothers. Sometimes we have to wear the psychology hat for our kids or for people that surround us. Sometimes we have to life coach others. We wear many hats. Make sure that you shine even in the darkest moments, because let's be honest, not everything is easy, but that doesn't mean that we can't attain. That doesn't mean that we can't break through. I have a nonprofit, and I'm going to start working with my nonprofit again very soon. I've had a nonprofit since 2013, and the nonprofit's name is City on a Hill, and it refers to a scripture in Matthew 5 that says, "A city on a hill cannot be hidden." Now, as women in the world, ladies, when we shine that light, we are like cities on a hill. Not be hidden. Make sure your light is shining. Make sure you are vibrant and happy and joyful. Make sure that you do the following. I chose 2 power words for my podcast, Meticulous Moments. Meticulous Moments is very close to my heart. It is my passion. It is my love. It is my heart's desire to build that out and to grow that even more. And those 2 words that I chose is impact and influence. Now, when we talk about impact, I just want to encourage all the beautiful ladies out there today. Make sure that through your light and your joy and the way that you conduct yourself and carry yourself, that you impact all the people that you meet in a positive manner. That you impact every single project that you are a part of. That you impact every single task that you put your hand on. And always make sure that you are there to promote and to assist and to uphold. When we talk about influence, guys, Robert Ingersoll says, we rise by lifting others. Make sure you spread that influence. Make sure that when you do something, you do it for the greater good. Make sure that you are a steward, a good steward of all your God-given gifts and talents and abilities. Assist people where you can. Connect those dots. Be proud of who you are. Everybody has a wonderful destiny awaiting for them. Sometimes we are placed on people's path to help them reach that destiny. Remember, nothing that we go through is ever about us. It's always about the people that we touch, the people that we reach, and how we are changing the world in a positive manner. Thank you so much, Marianne. It's such a blessing and an honor to be here.
Thank you so much. And thank you and Kevin for taking the time to stop in your busy day to make this happen for me. Thank you so much. I love listening to you. You look so beautiful, and I wish you luck with everything. Don't forget to put your contact info into the chat and also into my Facebook. just repeat it continuously because, you know, the chat moves so quickly. So we've got like,
I'll do that.
I think we have almost 400 comments in there. So it moves quickly and then people lose it. So anyway,
Fantastic.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you, Kevin. Excellent. Okay, that will bring us to our next guest, who is already in the studio with us, Julie. I am going to let, okay, so now you have a different last name, so I don't know how to pronounce that one. Is it Hairs? Hairs?
Yeah, hairs, like hairs on your head.
Ah, very good. Okay, well, then there you go. I am going to mute myself and let Julie take it away, honey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianne, and thank you for doing this. I was so excited earlier and just listening to Wanita just now to hear all the great inspiring stories and the women empowerment and just all of us supporting each other. I love it. And I'm honored to be part of this panel of women. So thank you very much. I'm Julie Lachlan Hares. I'm the co-founder and COO of Breathe Capital Planning. We're based in New York State, but we do business across the US. We have actually two companies under one LLC umbrella. The first one is financial planning. We are one of very few people across the US that actually interjects mindset work into our behavior and behavioral finance into our financial planning process. In fact, only 17% of advisors across the US actually get down to brass tacks, which is really understanding what you believe about money, because without doing that, you will repeat patterns that don't serve you. So that's part one of our business. The other side of our business is business consulting. That's an area that I came from. I worked for very large companies across the US for many, many years, offering business consulting services. But the message that I want to share with you guys today is it's kind of an evolution of how I got to where I am right now. And there's two things that I want to just share with everyone that I think has been the driving force behind my life and the changes that I've made in the last, gosh, it's been 8 years, which I can't believe. I feel like it went by like that. But it's really never too late to step into your divine calling. And it is, and also when God wants to get your attention, he will send people into your life on purpose to wake you up to maybe some things that you need to realize. So I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey. I'm going to go back 8 years ago now, which I can't believe it feels like 2 minutes ago. But I was getting on a plane going to Texas, and it happened to be about a year post-divorce. I was in a marriage that just wasn't working out, and I had one small son, one little guy. He was only 7 years old at the time, and it was his 7th birthday. And the divorce had been really challenging. It had taken me 3 years to get through it. And my parents were nice enough to go on an adventure with my son and I, and on his birthday, made it really fun, but eventually I had to leave to get to Texas. I can remember my father getting out of the car, handing me my bag, looking at me and saying, "We're so proud of you. Like, your mother and I, we are your biggest fans because you went through a really tough 3 years and you did not miss a step and you never asked for help. However, and he looks at my son who's crying. I'm trying to choke back tears and he's starting to cry. He's like, "I think it's time for a change in your career, Julie, because I don't feel like this is working anymore for where your life is." And he's like, "I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way because I believe you and your abilities." He's like, "Use my life as the example." My father was in corporate America for 30 plus years and left at age 50 and started his own consulting business. And from 50 to 60 made more money than he made his entire career. He's like, "You're vastly more talented than I am. You could do anything. And I really want you to consider maybe leveraging your skills and abilities that you learned in corporate to help other people." That resonated all the way to Texas and all the way home. And I said, "You know what? My dad is like my biggest hero. I really respected what he's saying." And he was right. And I was feeling a stirring, a calling, if you will. And I think this is something that we as women, we all go through this at different times in our lives where our life just doesn't fit. Our career and our life is not aligned. And we have this push pull and we're unhappy and we never feel like a success in any one area, whether it's at home or at work, because we're constantly being pushed and pulled apart. And we also feel like what we're doing no longer is resonating with our soul. I got lucky enough to come home from Texas successfully and run into my childhood best friend just happenstancely, like within a couple of days of this talk with my dad. And that's what I mean to share with you. When God wants to get your attention, he'll send strategic people into your life to wake you up to some truth. My girlfriend and I, we made a plan to get together that weekend at the park. And she was so excited to see me. I was so excited to see her. Our kids were playing together. And she just looked at me across the table and she said, I prayed to see you. I've been praying to run into you. And I said, oh my gosh, I think that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Tell me more about that. She said, I'm sick, Julie, and it's really serious. It's cancer. And it's very aggressive. And I need someone like you in my life, because I had always played this role, but I never knew I was playing this role in many people's lives. I'm that person that really can help people make really tough decisions, whether it be financial, whether it be about your 401k, whether it be about buying a house, selling a house, buying a car, selling a car. I had played that role my entire life and just was naturally good at that. She said, I don't know what to do. It's looking very bleak. And I just looked at her and I held her hand and I said, we're going to fight like hell. That's what we're going to do. We did. I got right in the trenches with her. We fought for 2.5 years. And unfortunately, my friend did not make it. But what those 2.5 years were for me was a gift and a wake-up call. And she would tell me often, you don't know how many years you have left. And you are so good at helping people. It's actually a divine calling for you. And I feel you're really meant to share your gift with other people, specifically women. Julie, look at what you went through with the divorce. You reestablish your entire life and look at what you're doing. You could make an impact in the world. I really took it to heart. And this is when I started my own business. I started my company 8 years ago, which I can't believe because it literally feels like 2 weeks ago that I started this company. And I can tell you the impact that I've had over these years of being able to help people with their financials and help them with their mindset when it comes to their money and unraveling patterns and things that are repeating for them and they're not getting where they want to go is my life's passion. And I joke about it, but I mean it when I say this. If I won multi-million dollars, I probably would do this for free for people because it's how much I love it. In the past couple of years, we've been able to help people change their entire life, which for me is everything. Where I meet people where they are and I say, no judgment. I've been everywhere in the socioeconomic spectrum, been what I would consider very wealthy. And there was moments that post-divorce where I really, really struggled. And that's the truth. And I feel like the more that we share the truth with each other, the more we learn from each other, the more we build each other, specifically as women. I feel like these are some life lessons that I've incurred and I've gone through that I feel I want to share with all of you, which is it is really never too late to really live the life authentically that you're most aligned with. And it only takes, and Nikki Questa said it earlier this morning, it only takes that first thought of, hey, I believe my life could be different. And it takes inspired action. And then it also takes a plan. A couple of things that I just want to share because I know we have some entrepreneurs and people that are looking to level up on this call. Some steps and tips and tricks that I took to actually get myself where I am today. The number one thing is I have an unwavering belief in myself. I know that I can do whatever I put my mind to do. I believe in myself so much that there is nothing that I'm not willing to try. And that some people look at me and they're like, how is she so bold? Like, why does she think she can do that? Because I just believe in myself and I know that I can do it. And I've done big things. I've done things that people never thought I'd be able to do many times in my lifetime. I truly believe if you have that unwavering belief in yourself, that internal fortitude, and you take inspired action, you would be amazed at what you can do in the world because we're much more capable than we ever give ourselves credit for. The other thing that I did from a tactical perspective is I saved income for 2 years so that when I started my business, I didn't have to live off my business from the beginning. This is a key financial component that I think many people miss when they start a business. And part of the reasons that they suffer and struggle is because they try to take income out of the business prematurely. If you can have enough cash reserve to get your business started and then get it to a place after your third year where you're drawing income, I'm telling you, it sets you up for success in 95% of the time. I'm really passionate. There's two areas that really put my feet on the floor every morning. The number one thing is my son. He's super inspiring to me. He's very entrepreneurial, I think, as a result of being in front of his dad and I his entire life. And he's constantly learning and evolving and growing and changing. And he really inspires me every day to be just a little bit better than I was the day before. The other thing that really inspires me is to help people unlock their own money blocks and really engage with a plan that really honors them. And the other area that I'm very, very passionate about is women reestablishing after divorce and traumatic loss. These are areas that I excel in, areas that I'm very good at, and women business owners. These are three key areas, that I'm really, really passionate about in the world. I truly believe that if there's a dream in your heart, it's been put there for a reason. And the best thing that you can do to honor yourself and to honor others is to just take that first step. Just knowing that that dream was put on your heart for a reason. And you really can affect not only your life, but the lives of many, many other people just by you taking that step. Had I not taken the step that I've taken, I see it now. There's many people along my path that they would not be in the position that they are today if I had been scared to take that step. So sometimes it's not even about us. It's about the impact that we're going to have in many people's lives. And I think that is so, so important. That's really my message today, Marianne.
Here I am talking.
I know, I see you. I love it.
Trying to help someone get in. Yeah, no, it's beautiful and it's so true. I love hearing that. Can you please repeat that again? I can do anything.
Yes.
I have faith in myself. Oh my gosh.
I have an unwavering belief that I've had
people for a long time to get into that space. Mm-hmm. So can you tell us why that is so important?
I think from being a very little girl, I had a very strong relationship with my father, and a dad's role in a daughter's life is pivotal. Super. And he would tell me often, you can do and you can be whatever you want to be, honey. Whatever you decide you want to do, you can do it. And then he would encourage and instill confidence in me by modeling that himself. He rose up from, very meager existence. My grandparents, he didn't come from money. He, at one time, they had an outhouse. He lived in the country. They didn't have indoor plumbing when he was young. And he went from that existence and went to college, put himself through college, got out of college, built his career to a place where when he left his corporate career, he was advising 2,500 people, and then started his own company. And he always believed in himself, and he always set the example, and he set the standard for my brother and I. My mother also instilled that faith in us. And then my grandparents, I come from lines of entrepreneurs that were just forged in the fire and just believed that you really can do anything you set your mind to doing. I can remember taking a global inspection test to be a global inspector in construction and being the only woman in the room of 50 men in the room.
I love it.
These are global inspectors that are, working on oil rigs in Dubai. And those were my teachers, and I'm the only one in the class, and I got the highest score. So I was in a blast booth, and I was way out of my comfort zone, right? I'm kind of a girly girl, but I'm in a blast booth, like blasting paint or coating off of a surface to reset that. And then I have to take a 3-step quiz. I was dropped into this, and in 7 days, there was a binder this large. I had to know all that material and then take 3 tests to become a global inspector. Mm-hmm. I set the intention. I believed in myself. I did the work, and I moved forward. And I've repeated that. I've repeated that. There. Yep, I've repeated that many times in my life.
That's right. It's perfect. It's like, yep, you have to manifest it, think it, write it down, do what you need to do. And then you need to actually take action. And I have people, they're like, well, I've been writing it down. And I'm like, yeah, but you have to move towards it. You have to do something to do it. You have to do, like in this case, you have to take the exams, you have to do it if this is what you're going to. And there's really, when you think about it, there really isn't anything that we can't do. Like, why would we not be able to do something? Like, there's really no reason.
There is no reason.
Honestly,
it's just stuff that we tell ourselves that actually holds us back, that keeps us small.
Oh yeah.
I say take up room, take up space. It's our time.
That's
take
right.
up room, take up space. It's our time as women to stand in our authority. And, you know, just know that you have a lot of sisters on this call that will have your back. So, yeah.
Exactly. And that's the second time someone has actually, or maybe even the third. It's been a bit of a longer morning with some tech issues that I've been trying to address, and I'm not the techiest person in the world, that's for sure. But it has been what it has been, and we're still here. And I love that. Take up space, show up, go. You're here, and you're important, and you matter.
You
and
do.
There's a reason for you to be here, and don't
There
leave.
is. There is. And by
Don't
you
leave until you're done.
It's by you being brave enough to stand in that, you're helping a lot of other people. So it often isn't about us as individuals. It's about the collective.
And that's what this event is for, right? Like, that's why I like, this is one of my favorite days. I know this is maybe not a good thing from a business point of view to say, but this is my favorite Empowered Talks one in March. I always give it out for free to all of my clients as a customer appreciation, as a client appreciation, and also as a way to be able to empower women and make it all about women. And when you're in business, the main event shouldn't be the one that's free because you're here to make money. But this is my favorite event. I love doing it. It's, you know, we had 21 women, or I'm pretty sure almost everyone showed up. And we're not even done yet. We have one more wonderful lady to speak after this, and it's been a good solid, it's going to end up being, I think, a good solid 5 hours. So that's 5 hours of empowerment. And look at this, I get two super strong ladies to end this, and I get a chance to speak at my own event because of all the tech issues and people not being able to log on. I actually had a chance to speak at my own event, which I typically don't, because I always figure, not from some low self-esteem place or anything like that, I just think, you know what, I'm going to host it, this, you know, energy for the other people, and they get to see me all day long. I don't really need to talk because in between I get to throw in this message, then this one, and I'm good. So I love it. But today I actually got a chance to talk. So we do something a little different. You go with the flow. Stuff happens.
It does.
The way it is, right? Thank you so much.
With it. Thank you so much. And it's so generous of you to give this out to everyone. And that's the other thing that I would say, if you can bring people along, women along with you on your journey up, do it. Do it every time. So thank you so much, Marianne.
Thank you so much. Please put your contact info in this chat, and also go to my Facebook page. Make sure you put it over and over again, because the chat moves so quickly. I mean, I don't even know where we're at right now. Anyways, thank you so much. And now we're going to move along to Dr. Andrea Adams-Miller. And oh, good, she's here. I've had some major tech issues, Andrea. I know you've been at an event and she just arrived. So everyone is like, it's literally, we're all holding hands throughout this entire event trying to make it happen. So with that, I give you Dr. Andrea Adams-Miller, and get ready, kids. Fasten your seatbelts. Take it away, Andrea.
Awesome. Well, I hopefully I'm on screen. For whatever reason, I'm not seeing myself. Oh, there I see me because I'm like, well, you'll be able to hear me if anything. So, hello everybody. So excited to be here. Let's talk about the idea of technology and intertwine that in with International Women's Day. Us as women, if you're going to have a challenge, you might as well give it to women because we know how to balance things and have multiple balls in the air. And we might have things come out and maybe they don't come out quite the way we wanted them, but somehow we are so resilient, we make things come out. And so, Marianne, congratulations to you for pulling this off today, despite the craziness. And sometimes the craziness just allows us to remember that we don't have to be perfect to make an impact. And if that's what today's Snafu with Technology taught us, then that's a really great lesson for us to have and to learn and to remind us of who we are. So I want to take that idea of, really honoring women and who we are and how we show up, intertwine with it some famous women in history, and then talk about how we rewire our brains for excellence, talking about pulling in neuroscience and inspirational women and those of you who are listening today. As I share these different things, I want you to be thinking about, what am I already doing in my life, and give yourself some kudos, like give yourself a attaboy. You need to be your own cheerleader today, because chances are, even though it's International Women's Day, you still have to be the one that, clean the house, get the car ready, get your own gas, clean the house, do your meetings, write on your own stuff, talk to your VA, get them all set up. And probably no one has said Happy International Women's Day except for somebody else who's on a meeting today who's actually thinking about that. So be your own cheerleader and give yourself the kudos, because I don't know if we all always have those people in our life to do that for us. In fact, because of this, Marianne, because of you, you had it on top of mind for me. And I've been reaching out to all my friends and people that I love in business and sending them text messages. Hey, I just wanted to let you know I'm thinking of you, love you. I want, oh, look, somebody responded back to me. I just said, I just wanted to send you a smile because you crossed my mind and want your day to be grand. And she wrote, smiling right back at you, I've been thinking about you as well. And I didn't even mention International Women's Day, but that is the reason that I was thinking about her. And she's an amazing woman who's doing great things. So, as we talk about embarking the rest of our lives on this journey of like, who are we and how we want to show up, we want to show up with excellence, and yet we want to be seen and recognized for who we are. How can we show and reflect our best self forward? And, a part of that is, thinking about in our hearts, us as women, we have this ability to learn, to grow, and achieve greatness, and learn from our failures as much as our successes. And I actually don't even like the word failure, because even though things may not have ended so I teach art as well sometimes, and I talk about how there's no mistakes in art. Well, maybe if we could relook at our lives and decide that there are no mistakes in life, just a new direction, just a new way. And what seemed like a mistake or a oops or a failure is just a disruption to allow us to get to a better path to what we wanted to create and what we wanted to harness, and the power of what's possible for us. And I don't know if we'd always find that if everything came out, if things came out perfect the way we want. I want you to look back at your past. If things went the way every time for you went perfectly, I want you to think about who you would have been married to. Whether who's the first person that you dated? If everything would have went magically, who would you be married to right now? And who would you still be with? And think about them in their perfectness. You might not want to have been with that person. There's some of you probably going, oh, thank God I failed there. That was like the best thing you could have done. So I really would like to just reframe that whole thing and celebrate the things that didn't go the way we planned, because there were better things that are in the path for us. And maybe you're not in that path yet. Maybe you're not married to the person you're with now. But if you can love yourself the most, then you're with the best person you can be with right now. And you have the control over that person to get better and be the best and have a really great life. So let me go back to our brains. So our brains aren't static. Talk about change. Our brains are extremely dynamic. They're constantly changing. They respond and change to experiences, thoughts, behavior, and things that we're not even paying attention to. So, like if you're here with me in this Zoom meeting, but yet let's say there's a TV on over here, or maybe outside the window you see, planes going by, or cars passing, or people passing, or well, I guess you wouldn't see dog. You could see dogs barking, but you might hear them barking as well. These are all pictures that are going in your brain and being saved, even though you're unconscious to them in the moment. And all that information gets filtered into our heads. And so we are constantly having these brains that are molded and meshed and changed. And just think about that. If we could take our brains out and mold them like clay, what kind of great work would we create with them? Well, you can do that. You just have to think about it differently on what you are putting in. So, what we listen to, what we see, how we engage, how we take action, all of those things using all of our senses molds our brain differently. So, we actually have more control than we're aware of. When we think about how we can reshape our brain, then now we have these tools to really make the idea of rewiring our brain very practical. It allows us to reprogram things for success, happiness, and fulfillment. And with that rewiring, sometimes we rewire things to move along faster. So there are shortcuts that are integrated into our lives, certainly artificial intelligence and cars that are electronic and so forth. These are shortcuts to get towards what we want in life quicker. And yet sometimes we need to create new pathways to rewire our brains. So let's think of that. If we were going somewhere in a car, we might want to take the shortcut path to get there. Let's say we take the superhighway to get there. We're going to have a different experience than if we take the scenic route and go avoid the toll roads. And then we see the scenic route to get there. So both ways are right. There's no right or wrong. There's just a different pathway. And it allows us a different experience of what we want to bring into our lives. And often what I find is the shortcuts are wonderful, but sometimes in the shortcuts, we forget that we have this opportunity to meander a little and stop, pull off to the side of the road, enjoy what's going on there, and then get back on track. We're always in such a high speed to be where we're not yet. And we forget sometimes to just be grounded and where we are. And I find this so much with women. We're just in a high speed to get there. And what if, and again, some shortcuts to get there is great. If when you get there, you stay grounded in the moment and actually are present to what's happening in our lives, because we are going at a really fast pace. When are you taking the time to honor yourself, to give to you, to love you? And it's funny because I hear often, oh, well, women should reward themselves. And I'll include me with this. We'll say, oh, well, I self-cared. I got a massage, or I got my hair done, or I had my nails done. I want to think about that differently in the world. Now, if we were pioneers, getting your hair done or getting your nails done, that would have definitely been something that would have been a huge perk and a relaxation. But in our worlds, the way they are now and the way it is when we go and have our hair done, I don't know that it's necessarily relaxing. We're in a busy environment. They're get in there, get out. We're trying to go the nails and music and TV on, and there's lots talking. I don't know. Is that really relaxing anymore? And those are things that we're expected to do. So I kind of don't feel like those even should be considered for me. And because I do for myself, I'm on radio and television. These are things that are expected of me. There is a way that we have to show up and present ourselves differently than if I just, let my hair grow, whatever, and I shoved it in an old ponytail. Now, that's not to say that I couldn't make a niche of that or make that work as some kind of a branding, but there are different expectations that we have on women to show up differently. So I would like you to reconsider what is really taking care of you. What is taking care of you beyond, having a spa day or getting your hair and nails done? What is it about you, how you think and how you feel and how you function in the world and how people love on you and how things really matter? And sometimes that's also poo-pooed because they'll say, oh, well, she went and had a girls' night out or went and did this, or her husband or her spouse, partner, took her to, go somewhere or do something. And again, I think that's how it should be. So, what are you doing beyond that to take care of you? Where are you at to take care of you? So, the reason I'm even mentioning all of this, so I'm Dr. Andrea Adams Miller, and I run 3 different companies, and they all blend and merge together a little bit. My main one is the Red Carpet Connection, and the Red Carpet Connection, we're an international publicity and consulting agency for businesses, and I work with a lot of athletes and high level people. Most of the people I've worked with, I can never tell you who they are because of the level that they're at. They want that anonymity and privacy. However, there are some people that I do work for that love the idea that I will probably talk about them greatly. And so they really appreciate that. I'm allowed to say that I worked for the Michael Jackson family. I work for Jose Escobar and do some things for him and have an event coming up with him. And there are some other people as well. But like I said, most of them are want that privacy. And so not only do I consult them on their business, on what's missing in their business that could allow their business to be better. And it might not be an obvious missing. Sometimes it's little subtle things that they're leaving money on the table, or they're creating more work or rework for themselves that is unnecessary. And then how can we create more freedom and time and passive income for them? That's how I look at their business. I also look at their business from a publicity standpoint on how can they connect to more people? How can they be seen and heard in a different way that allows them to show up and shine for themselves or their business or their product or service differently? And so we look at that. But then we incorporate the other 2 parts of my businesses. And the one is the subconscious connection. And the subconscious connection, I'm a neuroscientist, and I focus on how people are thinking and functioning and how they rewire their brains. So when we look at how our limiting beliefs hold us back, how a story or a voice that pops in our head based on our childhood, whether it was a schoolhouse bully or a teacher that hurt our feelings, or something that happened along the way with a boss or a coworker or an ex-partner, boyfriend, girlfriend, that allowed us to have this idea in our head that we weren't enough or not worthy, or we can't achieve what we want to achieve. How can we rewrite those stories and reframe them so that the love and support and the things that we needed are present, and allows us to stand in a much more positive way, knowing that we have everything that we need. All the resources are there within us and within our grasp, and that we do have the support that we want if we only had the comfortability to ask for it, or to even see that it's there to use it. Sometimes we don't use the very tools that we have because it doesn't even dawn on us that they're right there. And so with the neuroscience, we can release all this, negative stuff, but we can also anchor really great positivity so that we can anchor who we are and how we show up, and set for ourselves new opportunities, which seems like manifestation. It seems like, oh, I manifested this and it came to me. But what it was is you just set your intention differently, and now you can see things that were probably right there that you just couldn't see before. So I want to do a little exercise here. So I want you to think of a limiting belief that's been holding you back. If you need an example, let's see. Imagine a version of yourself where this belief no longer exists. So, like imagine yourself where this belief no longer exists, like a limiting belief, like you're a baby. Like I'll use a personal one. So my dad used to always tell me, "You're being a baby," because I would cry. You're being a baby. Well, so for me, uh, I'm physically not a baby. I know logically that I no longer am a baby. I am not using a pacifier. I don't use a baby bottle, and I'm not wearing diapers. So for me, that is no longer true. So think of something for yourself that's been holding you back, that is a belief that no longer exists. Now, visualize stepping into this version of yourself into as an empowered version of yourself and feeling the confidence and strength that brings. So for me, if I consider being a baby as before as a limiting belief, for myself, I can rewrite this that no longer exists. Like I'm not a baby. So now I can think of myself as a non-baby, as an adult, a very powerful woman, and stepping into the empowered version of myself, and I can feel the confidence and strength it takes to be that confident, strong, successful woman who is a non-baby. So the reason I use myself as an example here is those of you who are watching today, I don't get to see you on screen right now and interact with you. And so by you seeing me use an example of myself, it's two things. I can be a model for that, and I can also help myself. So sometimes when you're sharing and doing things with people, by utilizing your own self, you show your vulnerability. You allow yourself to heal. You put yourself in a better place of being seen and heard. And then you're also to be able to be a model for other people. And the reason I'm sharing that is because I'm a publicist. So one of the things about publicity is I want you to be very aware of the things that you do that cause a reaction. So if you're on stage and you use yourself as an example, chances are you won't be saying, "This is why I'm using myself as an example," unless you're doing it for leadership or something like that. If it's just an exercise that's for something else in your business, that probably wouldn't serve you to say that. But because I'm a publicist, I want you to know that everything I do on here and everything I say has a purpose to help you show up differently, to help you rewire in your brain with what you see and hear and what you model, to show up differently for yourself so that you shine when you're in the light. And that may not mean just the light on Zoom. That may be in a light in the bedroom with your partner. That may be the crossing the threshold at work and having other people see you. It might be when you're driving the car, when as soon as you shut the door and you're in the driver's seat with your seatbelt on, you are that person now sitting in that reflection of your empowered version of yourself. That's what I mean. That all those times these things are, it's something that you can show up differently everywhere you're at and in your company and on social media. I mean, the results are limitless. Now, I said I had another area of business, and that's I also have a third business, which is Ignite Your Relationships. And that focuses on your personal relationships, on how you get along with people. But that also includes intimate people like your friends and your family that are very close to you. But furthermore, an intimacy is the physical intimacy with a partner or someone that you consider your spouse or your partner that you are intimate or sexually intimate with. And I sometimes it's interesting for people. They're like, how did these all come to be? Well, these all came to be because I grew up in a tumultuous house as an only child. And when things were great, things were great. We joked about a lot of things. We had a lot of innuendo and funny jokes. We watched Benny Hill and Saturday Night Live. I watched a lot of adult TV, and I was with adults all the time. So I was around adult humor at a very early age. So when I went into law enforcement, that was perfect because I was around all men, and this was all prior to sexual harassment rules and discussions. So I heard, the most outrageous, funny stories, which I loved. And because I was very confident in myself, I was able to say, hey guys, inappropriate, or that doesn't work for me. And I was able to create parameters and boundaries with those men. But where I didn't have the boundaries was with my personal relationships, because when my dad wasn't in his best space, it was a difficult space because he could be very angry and use his words and his hands to hurt. And it's mostly, I see now it's because he was hurting, and hurt people hurt. And that stayed with me for a long time. So it was from law enforcement, wanting to work in law enforcement and find justice for people, to help people have a voice, that I learned to show up differently. And I also knew that relationships were really, really important to me. I wanted people to have healthy relationships with each other and good marriages. And then from there, that business did really well. And then the red carpet connection came about because in the business that I had with the intimacy, I worked with a lot of high level people, the celebrities, the judges, the billionaires, the multimillionaires, and they didn't want anybody to know what I was helping them with. And however, over time, they would say, gosh, you've helped me so much, Andrea. Could you help me in my real business, like my business, my public eye? And I started helping them. And that's where the red carpet connection was born, because I was helping them outside of their private personal lives. And then all along, I knew there was some kind of, brain connection. I became trained in neurotherapy 30 years ago. And then now I've expanded that neurotherapy, and I have my own school, the Subconscious Connection, where we teach successful mind mastery. And that's just like that little exercise I told you about. There's, hundreds of these little exercises and little things that you can do to stand in resilience every day and help rewire your brain in little tiny steps. And then there's really cool things that we can do at a higher level, where I could do as a practitioner, or you can become a practitioner yourself, and then even have your own school like I do, where you could be teaching these things for your practice and for your clients. And it's absolutely beautiful. So I want you for a second, think about other women in history. So I act as well. That's my hobby, is what I like to act, and I'm on stage frequently. And I have done living history presentations. And so that included like Mary Todd Lincoln. So here's a woman who suffered with profound loss, depression, probably had I'm thinking she had diabetes. That's my personal opinion, because she would have spells and situations. And if we look back at her history, it really teaches us about a strength and resiliency, and a woman who was very vulnerable. Think about that. This was a woman who was married to a man who was against slavery, and her parents, her father, disowned her because he was a slave owner. Imagine how difficult that would be, because you still love your parent, even though your parent may be doing something that you don't feel is good for people, don't feel is good for the country. And then yet to love your husband and want to love people and allow them freedoms. So as we go through our life with politics, think about that, where you stand and how other people stand in politics. And think about the women who are behind this and who are trying to make political moves as well, and still are very vulnerable more to how we condemn and criticize and make fun of people. We are in a society that criticizes and condemns. I remember being little, where we respected our politicians, and we're now they are the very first people to be the butt of our jokes. And whether they do things or not to that are commendable, the idea of how we disrespect them is something that's quite different. So I just kind of making that little note. Eleanor Roosevelt, she was shy and insecure. We had a parody song about her. Eleanor Roosevelt Saw sad times as a child because she lost both of her parents by age 10. Anyhow, it goes on about how she overcame all of these challenges and got away from her grandma's gloomy house and became involved in things, and how she helped her husband and really was this huge asset, overcoming some of her greatest weaknesses to be a very strong person in our history. Julia Dett Grant, she's often overlooked. Her partnership and support was, a testament to a powerful woman behind the scenes. She was married to Ulysses S. Grant. Marie Curie, pioneer in science, how she broke through the gender barriers with groundbreaking research, and how she had such adversity. And Shirley Temple, who was this cute little adorable childhood star who took on significant roles in her life in diplomacy, and talking about how she could leave an indelible mark on the world. She adapted and changed, I think, the most different, because people could see her as this cute little, on the good ship lollipop, to her changing policies that affect the whole world. So I share these women in history because someday we'll be the women in history. That made me emotional. Think about that. We are the legacy that we're leaving behind for the women that follow us. And are you leaving the legacy that you want to? And if you want to leave a stronger legacy, you have that power within you. You just need to be reminded of it. So I'm here, Dr. Andrea Adams Miller, to remind you that you have that power within you. And if you need a little help getting that released, you know what? I'm here. And there's other women that are available for you too. And if it's not me, find someone to help you release those emotional holdbacks, those chains that hold you back, so that you can have the freedom to stand forth and make International Women's Day the day that you decided that you're free to stand and be strong and be seen and leave the legacy that you want to and that you deserve. So I'll just leave you with a little song. So, suddenly things will never be the same. Your heart will take wing and you'll learn how to fly. 'Cause someone like me, Marianne, and all the other women who talked today, love you. We love you. And it's time to love yourself. Thank you.
So here I am talking again. That was so amazing. I got a little emotional when you said freedom too, and I thought, yep, this is it. Like we have, I don't want to make it sound heavy, but we kind of have an obligation to ourselves to do it. And if you want to see the change, if we don't do it, who's going to do it? We can't keep passing it on to other people.
And think about that. When we say who's going to do it, look who our leaders are right now. Who is going to do it? Yeah,
Yeah. We need some women in power, like in real power, the earthly power. We know we're powerful. and up until now, we've been silently and quietly showing our power. And sometimes silence is power. Absolutely. 100%.
Absolutely. And at the same time, being invisible is not. By the way, I didn't tell people how to contact me. So I'm Dr. Andrea Adams Miller at theredcarpetconnection.com. theredcarpetconnection.com. And I have a free gift there on my site for people. I don't remember what all I have up, but I know I have an artificial intelligence book, and I think I have a class there. And if the class isn't there, let me know you want to be in the class and I'll make sure it's there.
There you go. Yeah. So beautiful. Thank you so much, Andrea. I'm so happy that you were Dr. Andrea, pardon me. Okay. And it's so awesome. I love doing this. This is amazing. And I really wanted Dr. Andrea to be the person to sort of end it. We had each person spoke for 15 minutes, and the two lovely bookends were a half an hour each, and that was on purpose. And then there was a lot of stuff that wasn't on purpose in between because we had an array of technology issues. I was just saying, I've been doing this for 3 years and never seen this many tech issues ever, but that's okay because we're still here. And I think now, You know, after COVID and after this whole length of time, we've all been doing virtual everything. Tech issues are like a whatever. You know, I don't think they're that big of a deal. You know, they happen. It's better if they don't. Obviously, things are neater and nicer, but life is messy. So, you know, not all of our lives are so neatly perfect with a bow on top. You know, life gets messy, and this is reality, and authenticity is the best. And thank you so much for coming out here to speak. I know you had just arrived from an event, and I'm so super grateful for every single one of my speakers, because everyone had something else going on, including myself prior and a little bit after. And then my birthday was in February. I'm actually going out. I'm being taken out for my birthday dinner still. So another one as well. So it's a beautiful day for everyone. Thank you everyone so much for joining. Ladies, this will be up forever. Thank you, Dr. Andrea. If you could actually, Dr. Andrea, if you could actually add your information into my Facebook page, into the chat, that will be wonderful. And I just want to thank everyone for being here, and also for all my speakers. Thank you so much to all of my speakers. Thank you to all the people who commented, who asked questions. Thank you to all the people who will be watching the replay on various channels. It will be on my YouTube. It will be on my Traverse network, on Empowered. It will be on so many places. You will be able to access this for life. Listen to it over and over again, especially if you're having a bad day. You know, we're women, we do an awful lot. We're very good at multitasking, but sometimes it takes a toll. And so, you know, it's okay if we turn to each other for some extra support. And life is wonderful. Us women are wonderful. And today is here to honor us. Make sure you honor each other. Make sure you support each other, cheer each other on, and be there for one another. The world will become stronger. The vibration of the world will rise. And that's my big, gigantic why. And so with that, I thank everyone one more time, and namaste to everyone. Peace, love, and light to all. Thank you so much.